Good evening, night owls, and welcome to Whisper Crowley. Tonight, I will guide you into a world of darkness, hoping to help you relax and unwind. Perhaps some of you will even drift into a haunting yet soothing sleep. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. And now, we begin. I drove an 18-wheeler for nearly 15 years, crisscrossing the heartland of America. There's something about the open road that gets in your blood, especially those long hauls through the night when it's just you, your thoughts, and the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching toward the horizon. Most nights were peaceful, meditative even. But what I'm about to tell you happened on a forgotten stretch of Route 12 in northern Montana, back in the winter of '97. And it's the reason I don't drive after midnight anymore. It was the dead of winter, temperature hovering somewhere around 15 below zero. The kind of cold that turns your breath into glass and makes the diesel in your tank sluggish. I was hauling industrial equipment from Seattle to Minneapolis, already 36 hours into my route, with another day's drive ahead of me. The snow had been falling steadily for hours, not the heavy stuff that forces you to pull over, but enough to make you grip the wheel tighter. Around 3 in the morning, I was passing through a stretch of absolutely nothing, just dense forest on both sides of the road. No lights, no houses, not even the occasional passing headlight. The nearest town, Blackwater, was still about 40 miles ahead. That's when my high beams caught something impossible, a figure standing at the side of the road. In that weather at that hour, miles from anywhere, it made no sense. But there she was, an elderly woman with silver hair, wearing what looked like a dark wool coat that fell to her ankles. She had one arm extended, thumb out, the universal sign of a hitchhiker. I almost didn't stop. Every trucker knows picking up strangers is risky business these days. But something about the situation didn't compute. How long had she been standing there in the killing cold? Where had she come from? Where was her car? I couldn't just leave her to freeze. I downshifted, eased onto the shoulder, and watched in my mirror as she approached. She moved stiffly, but purposefully, clutching a small cloth-covered basket to her chest. When she climbed into the cab, a blast of frigid air followed her. But it was more than just the winter cold. It was like opening a freezer that had been sealed for decades. "Evening, ma'am," I said once she'd settled. "You're a long way from anywhere. Where you headed?" The look she gave me could have frozen boiling water. "Drive," she said, her voice like two stones grinding together. "Just drive." Well, that put me in my place quick. I'm not one to pry, and I figured anyone out in those conditions probably had their reasons. So I pulled back onto the empty highway and kept my mouth shut. The next hour passed in complete silence. Every now and then, I'd glance over. She sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead, both hands resting on that basket in her lap. Under the greenish glow of the dashboard lights, her skin looked almost translucent, mapped with deep lines around her eyes and mouth. Not once did she remove her gloves or unbutton her coat, despite the heater blasting. As we approached the outskirts of Blackwater, I cleared my throat. "Town coming up. This your stop?" She didn't even look my way. "Keep going." Her tone left no room for argument, though a part of me was getting uneasy. The rational part of my brain kept reminding me she was just an old woman, probably eccentric, maybe running from something or someone. But there was something in the air, a smell I couldn't quite place. Not body odor or perfume, but something older, like wet earth and something metallic. About 20 minutes past Blackwater, she suddenly straightened up. "Stop here." I peered through the windshield. Nothing but forest, deeper and darker than before. "Ma'am, there's nothing out here for miles. Let me take you to somewhere with here." The force in her voice made me jump. "Stop." Now I eased onto the shoulder, keeping the engine running. Before I could say another word, she was already opening the door. The basket clutched tight against her. "Be careful out there," I said, truly concerned despite her rudeness. "It's dangerous in these woods at night. Bears, wolves." She turned then, and in the dome light, I saw her face clearly for the first time. Her eyes were completely black, not just the irises, but the entire visible part. And when she smiled, God help me, her teeth were filed to points. "There's nothing in these woods more dangerous than me," she said, and her voice had changed, layered with something guttural underneath. "Thank you for the ride, Mr. Harrison." I froze. I had never told her my name. She stepped down into the snow and walked toward the tree line, her movements suddenly fluid and quick, not like an elderly person at all. Just before she disappeared into the darkness, she turned and lifted her basket. The cloth covering it slipped just for a second, and I caught a glimpse of something wet and red inside. I didn't wait another second. I slammed the door, locked it, and punched the gas. The big rig fishtailed on the icy road before the tires caught, and I didn't slow down until I hit the next town, 70 miles later. That should have been the end of it. A strange, unsettling encounter, but nothing more. People are weird sometimes, right? But 3 days later, after I'd made my delivery in Minneapolis and was heading back west, things started happening to my truck. First came the smell, like rotting meat mixed with something chemical and sharp. I thought maybe a small animal had gotten caught in the engine compartment and died. I had the entire truck cleaned inside and out at a service station in Billings, but the smell remained, getting stronger each day. Then came the sounds, scratching noises from inside the walls of the cab. At first, I told myself it was just the vibration of the road, or maybe mice. But no exterminator could find anything, and the sounds kept getting louder, more deliberate, especially at night. A week after picking up that woman, my brake lines mysteriously failed while I was descending a steep mountain pass near Coeur d'Alene. By some miracle, I managed to guide the truck into an emergency runaway ramp. The mechanic who inspected it afterward said it looked like the lines had been cut, not worn through, but deliberately severed, though he couldn't explain how it could have happened while I was driving. The electrical system went next, lights flickering on and off, radio changing stations by itself, playing nothing but static or distorted voices speaking what sounded like Latin. The CB radio would transmit by itself sometimes, sending outbursts of what other drivers described as a woman crying or someone choking. The final straw came when I woke up in my sleeper berth one night to find the entire ceiling crawling with black widows and brown recluses, hundreds of them, all descending on nearly invisible threads. I'd never seen anything like it. It was physically impossible. Those spiders don't swarm like that. I abandoned the truck right there at the truck stop and called my dispatcher from inside the diner, telling him I quit. My wife, Jessica, who'd grown up on the Blackfeet reservation and knew the old ways, took one look at me when I arrived home by bus and knew something was terribly wrong. When I told her what had happened, she didn't call me crazy. Instead, she called her grandmother. The old woman came to our house that same day. She walked around me 7 times, counterclockwise, murmuring in her native language. Then she stopped and looked me straight in the eye. "You picked up something that wasn't human," she said simply. "Something old that dwells in the spaces between towns, in the forgotten places. It marked you and your truck because you saw what you weren't supposed to see." She performed a cleansing ritual that involved burning sage, cedar, and something else she wouldn't name. She made me bathe in water mixed with salt and certain herbs. For 7 days, I wasn't allowed to go out after sunset or before sunrise. I never went back for my truck. The company reported it stolen after a month, but I didn't care. My brother-in-law found me work at his construction company, and for 3 years, I couldn't bring myself to drive anything bigger than a pickup. Eventually, the nightmare stopped. The constant feeling of being watched gradually faded. I started driving rigs again, but I made 2 solemn promises: never to drive through northern Montana and never, ever to pick up hitchhikers, no matter how harmless they might appear. Sometimes, late at night when I'm alone with my thoughts, I wonder about that basket and what was inside it. But mostly, I thank whatever powers might be that I was merely marked and not taken. Because I've done my research since then, and it turns out I'm not the first driver to encounter the woman in the long coat on that stretch of Route 12. I'm just one of the few who lived to tell about it. I hope you enjoyed the first story. If you did, don't forget to leave a like. But if I didn't do my job well, feel free to give it a thumbs down. Either way, drop a comment and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, let's continue. Good evening. My name is Mike. I've been driving 18-wheelers across this country for more than 15 years now. And during those countless hours on the open road, especially during those long, lonely nights, I've experienced things that some might call paranormal. When you're cruising down endless highways at 3 in the morning with nothing but your thoughts and the occasional pair of headlights passing by, the line between reality and something else starts to blur. This is one story that still sends chills down my spine when I think about it. I was hauling a load from Burlington, Vermont, headed all the way down to Savannah, Georgia. It was early autumn, and the weather was turning cold up north. I pulled out of the distribution center around 7 in the evening. I wasn't tired at all since I'd just taken a long nap at the truck stop earlier that afternoon. So I figured I'd drive through the night and make good time while the highways were empty. Everything was going as usual. The roads were fairly deserted, just how I like them. But sometime after midnight, as I was passing through the mountains of western Pennsylvania, I noticed something strange in my side mirror. A silver-gray truck seemed to appear out of nowhere from a densely wooded area off the side of the highway. It just emerged from between the trees, where there wasn't even a road, and pulled onto the highway behind me. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just another driver who'd pulled off for a quick rest in a weird spot. But then it stayed behind me, maintaining the exact same distance. I was going pretty slow, climbing up through the mountain passes, and normally other trucks would signal and pass when they could. I flashed my lights to let them know it was safe to overtake me, and I even moved over slightly to give them more room. But this truck just stayed put, matching my speed perfectly. I thought maybe the driver was nervous about the mountain roads at night, or perhaps inexperienced with the steep grades. So I slowed down even more and signaled again for them to pass. But they just slowed down too, keeping that same distance behind me. By this point, I was starting to get annoyed. I couldn't figure out what this driver was up to, but I decided to ignore it and focus on my driving. 2 more hours passed like this. 2 whole hours. And that truck was still right there behind me, never getting closer, never falling back, never attempting to pass. It was as if it was attached to my rig by some invisible tether. I decided to pull into a truck stop to use the restroom, grab something to eat, and hopefully let this strange shadow truck continue on its way. But as I pulled off the exit, the silver gray truck did the same. It didn't follow me into the truck stop, though. It just stopped on the shoulder of the exit ramp, with its headlights still blazing. I went inside, used the bathroom, and picked up a coffee and sandwich at the convenience store. When I came back out, that truck was still sitting there waiting. The lights were on, but the engine was off. This really got under my skin. I decided to walk over and have a word with whoever was driving, find out if they were following me intentionally, or if this was some kind of stupid prank. I approached the truck and began knocking on the driver's side window. The windows were heavily tinted, much darker than legally allowed for commercial vehicles. I couldn't see a thing inside. I knocked harder and started yelling for the driver to roll down the window and tell me what their problem was, saying I wasn't a coward and to explain what they were doing. But the window stayed up. I shouted that if they kept following me, I'd radio ahead to my buddies down the road, and they'd help me put a stop to it. Suddenly, the truck's engine roared to life, and it lurched forward, nearly running over my foot. I jumped back, cursing loudly, but I was also relieved that I'd finally scared them off. Now I could continue my journey in peace. I climbed back into my cab and sat there for a few minutes, smoking a cigarette to calm my nerves. Then I pulled back onto the highway, and everything seemed normal again. The roads were dark and peaceful as I crossed into Maryland. It was approaching 3 in the morning when suddenly, that same silver gray truck appeared behind me again, seemingly materializing out of the darkness. I couldn't believe it. This had to be some kind of sick joke. It was clear now that this was personal. This truck had been following me for over 3 hours. The driver obviously wanted something, so I decided I'd reach the next truck stop, about 25 minutes up the road, and ask for help from other truckers to confront this person and put an end to their game. I kept driving patiently with the truck still behind me, but then it began to accelerate, closing the distance between us. I thought it was finally going to pass me, so I slowed down a bit to give it room, but it slowed down too, and then pulled up alongside my rig. The driver's window was now directly parallel to mine, and I could feel that they were watching me. I honked and gestured for them to back off, because it was dangerous to drive like that. But then the truck started drifting closer to my lane. I didn't know what to do. I kept honking and yelling out my window, asking what the hell they were doing. Then I felt a jolt as the truck sideswiped my trailer. I lost control of the steering and veered off the road, crashing through a guardrail and plunging down a small embankment into a thick forest of pine trees. I wasn't hurt, thankfully, but my engine completely died, and when I tried to restart it, nothing happened. I reached for my CB radio, but it wasn't working either. I checked my cell phone, no signal. To be honest, I was starting to get scared. I was stranded in the middle of nowhere at 3 in the morning, with no way to call for help. As if that wasn't bad enough, I suddenly saw headlights approaching through the trees, and my heart nearly stopped when I realized it was the same silver-gray truck that had been following me all night. It pulled up behind my disabled rig and shut off its engine and lights. I locked my door and grabbed the hunting knife I always carry with me. The only thing I could think was that this might be some kind of carjacking crew targeting truckers, especially since this was a notoriously dangerous stretch of highway. But after about 5 minutes, nobody got out. I decided to step down from my cab and confront the driver, to tell them to leave me alone and go away. I slowly approached the truck with my knife in my pocket and my phone's flashlight on, because the night was pitch black and we were well off the road, surrounded by nothing but forest and the sounds of the night. I walked up to the truck, stopped at the driver's window and knocked twice, saying, "Hello. Can we talk? Please roll down your window." But there was no response. I tried to peer inside, pressing my face against the glass and cupping my hands around my eyes to see better. What I saw, or rather, what I didn't see, made my blood run cold. There was absolutely nobody inside. I looked into the back of the cab and saw only a pile of old newspapers and empty fast food bags. It was obvious the truck had been abandoned for quite some time. I opened the door to confirm, and sure enough, it was completely empty. I can't describe the terror I felt in that moment. All I could think about was who, or what, had been driving it and following me all this time. I ran back toward my truck, but before I could climb in, I saw a figure standing several yards in front of my rig. I could make out their silhouette against the dim glow of my truck's parking lights. I called out hello, but they didn't answer. They just raised their arm, gesturing for me to follow them. I hesitated, but I followed anyway, thinking they might need help or know something about what was happening. They moved quickly, and I barely kept them in sight. The place smelled awful, like decaying animals or something even worse. I continued following the figure, until suddenly they stopped and began staring at a specific spot on the ground. I hurried over, but when I arrived, the person had vanished. I swept my flashlight around, calling out to find where they'd gone, but they never reappeared. Then I looked down at the spot they had been focused on, and there were 3 bodies, lifeless and partially covered with leaves and dirt. They had been there so long, I couldn't even tell if they were men or women. I was horrified and ran back to my truck as fast as I could. But when I got there, the silver-gray truck was gone, vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared. I tried starting my engine again, and miraculously, it fired up on the first try. I managed to navigate back up to the road and called the police to report what I'd found. I drove with tears streaming down my face, deeply shaken by what I had just witnessed. When I finally reached a truck stop in Virginia, 2 of my trucker buddies were there, and seeing the state I was in when I stepped out of my rig rushed over to find out what had happened. I could barely explain the night's events coherently, but they stayed with me, offering support because I was in no condition to keep driving. Then I received a call on my cell phone. It was one of the detectives who had gone to the location I'd reported. He said he wanted to ask me some questions, and I told him where I was. About 40 minutes later, 2 detectives arrived. They asked how I had found the bodies and what I was doing in that area. I didn't know how to answer because I knew my story would be hard to believe, but I told them everything, risking being accused of lying or even being detained as a suspect. When I finished my story, one of the detectives showed me a photograph and asked if this was the truck I had seen. I looked at it, surprised, and confirmed that it was indeed the same vehicle. The detectives exchanged glances, and then the other one began to explain that the truck belonged to 3 young people whose bodies had been found in those woods. They were journalism students who had disappeared about 3 weeks ago. Their families had reported them missing and said the students had been traveling to Baltimore to investigate a series of unsolved disappearances for a school project. But they never reached their destination. There had been no information about them for weeks. That's why it was so important to know how I had found their bodies. The young people had been shot, and the detectives wanted to make sure I wasn't connected to any criminal organizations. I was stunned. I broke down crying and insisted that everything I'd told them was the truth. The detectives calmed me down and told me to contact them if I remembered anything else. After they left, I sat there, overwhelmed by the realization that those young people, those souls, had chosen me to find their bodies and bring them back to their families so they could finally have closure. It was the most haunting experience of my entire career as a truck driver. Thank you for listening to my story. This happened to me about 15 years ago when I was working as a long-haul trucker. I was transporting raw materials across various parts of the Midwest. I can't speak for all my colleagues, but you see some pretty strange things on the road at night. Both my sister and I have plenty of similar stories, but today I'll share the one that affected us the most and has been impossible to forget. You see, that night my sister and I were driving along Route 17 from Nebraska into Iowa. We'd been on the road for several hours. I don't recall the exact time, but it was definitely well past midnight. We were talking and listening to the radio when suddenly we spotted silhouettes in the distance illuminated by a bright light. We could barely make anything out since everything was pitch black, but the truck's headlights are massive, which allowed us to see what was happening several yards ahead of us. The closer we got, the more we realized it was people flagging us down for help. I remember it clearly, a man and a woman. She was cradling what looked like a child, wrapped in a blanket. But the most terrifying part was that they were standing next to a completely burned-out station wagon. My sister said, "Pull over, we need to help them, there's a child." I immediately stopped and positioned the truck right in front of them, just a few yards from where they were standing. The man approached our truck, and I opened the door but didn't get out. From my seat, I asked what had happened and if everyone was okay, since the station wagon was completely destroyed. He replied that they were trying to get home, but had no way to travel without providing any more details. I responded, "Of course, we can take you to the nearest town, and I can lend you my phone if you want to call your family." He thanked me profusely, and with tears in his eyes said, "Thank you, I'll go get my wife." He walked away, and my sister and I waited in the truck. We were tidying up the cabin to make room because there was barely any space. When we finished preparing seats for them, we returned to our positions. I looked in the rearview mirror because they were taking a while, but there was nobody there anymore. My sister looked too, even opening the door for a better view. She asked, "Where did they go?" "They're gone." I got out of the truck and went to where the station wagon had been, but it was gone too. I raised my phone for light since it was so dark, searched the surroundings, looked everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of them. I returned to the truck and told my sister, who was also baffled, that they'd vanished. My sister, now frightened, said, "Let's get out of here." I started the engine and drove off. She was convinced we'd encountered the spirits of the dead. But I didn't believe in such things and didn't want to believe they were ghosts until 2 days later. We were resting at a truck stop in Cedar Falls, talking with another colleague who was also a trucker. We told him what happened, but he wasn't surprised. On the contrary, he reacted as if he'd seen them himself. He told us it was a family from Sioux City who had been intercepted by a group of criminals back in the 80s. A drug cartel tracked them down because the father had apparently been skimming product. Their bodies were found burned beyond recognition inside their vehicle. According to local legend, they sometimes appear asking for help, trying to get home. Other drivers, including him, had seen them, but they all knew better than to stop. Just say a prayer that they find their way to eternal peace. I couldn't believe it. It was incredibly difficult to process, but my sister immediately said, "See, I told you we met the souls of the dead." To this day, I remember the man's face with that terrible expression. I've never driven that stretch of Route 17 again, but I hope they eventually found peace. Sometimes when I'm driving at night and see headlights in my mirror, I can't help but wonder if there's more than just living travelers on these lonely highways. The road holds many secrets, and not all of them are meant for us to understand. I've been driving 18-wheelers across this country for nearly 2 decades now, and you hear all sorts of tales from the road. But what I'm about to tell you happened to me personally, just last autumn, on that lonely stretch of Route 17 that cuts through the Appalachian foothills. It was a foggy Thursday morning, around 5 or 6 a.m., when most folks are still wrapped in their dreams. The mist hung low over the asphalt, and I hadn't passed another vehicle for at least 40 minutes. I was hauling a load of electronics from Cleveland to Charleston, a route I'd driven maybe 100 times before. The radio was playing some old Johnny Cash tune, and I was sipping my second cup of coffee when I caught something in my side mirror. A silver sedan was approaching fast, and I mean unnaturally fast. One moment there was nothing behind me for miles, and the next, this car was practically riding my bumper. Now I've seen my share of speed demons on the highway, but something about this one made the hair on my neck stand up. The sedan pulled alongside my rig, and instinctively I glanced over to see who was in such a hurry at this ungodly hour. That's when my blood ran cold. There was no one behind the wheel. No one at all. At first, I figured it had to be some trick of the light, or the morning fog playing with my eyes. Maybe the driver was really short or hunched down looking for something. But as the sedan pulled ahead of me, I got a clear view through the passenger window too. Empty, completely empty. It wasn't some fancy new self-driving car either. This was an older model Buick, probably from the early 90s. The kind without any of that advanced tech. And yet there it was, navigating the curves of Route 17 with perfect precision. No human guidance in sight. I eased off the gas a bit, trying to put some distance between us. That car gave me the creeps, and I wanted nothing to do with it. It sped ahead, disappearing around a bend, and I breathed a little easier. But 30 minutes later, as I rounded a sharp curve that opened up to a straightaway, I saw it again. The silver Buick was sitting motionless in the middle of the road. All 4 doors hanging wide open like some kind of bizarre butterfly. No hazard lights flashing. No driver or passengers anywhere to be seen. I slowed down to a crawl, my heart pounding against my ribs. The road was narrow, with steep embankments on either side, so I had to navigate carefully around the abandoned vehicle. As I passed by, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A child's teddy bear sitting upright on the back seat, as if placed there with purpose. I pressed the accelerator and didn't look back, but I swear I felt something watching me as I pulled away. When I reached the next truck stop, I called Highway Patrol to report the abandoned vehicle. They sent a trooper out, but when I followed up later, they claimed they found nothing. No silver Buick. No open doors. Nothing at all. To this day, I take the alternate route through Williamson when I'm heading south, adding an extra hour to my journey. I'm not usually one for ghost stories or superstitions, but sometimes, when I'm driving through fog in those early morning hours, I keep checking my mirrors. Part of me is afraid I'll see that silver sedan gaining on me again. And part of me knows that whatever was driving it that morning wasn't from this world. I've tried to rationalize it 1,000 different ways, but deep down, I know what I saw. Or rather, what I didn't see. And some things on the open road are better left unexplained. I was driving through the Appalachian foothills on a moonless October night. The kind of darkness that swallows your headlights after just a few yards. Route 47 is notorious for its blind curves and steep embankments, but I traveled it dozens of times hauling lumber from the Blackwater Mills to Charleston. Around 3 in the morning, when even the night creatures had gone silent, I spotted headlights in the distance, piercing through the fog that had settled in the valley. Something about those lights immediately set off alarms in my mind. They were weaving, drifting across the yellow line with increasing frequency. As the distance between us closed, my knuckles went white against the steering wheel. The oncoming vehicle, a dark sedan that had seen better days, was now fully in my lane, barreling toward me at a speed that defied reason on these treacherous roads. I downshifted my 18-wheeler and veered right, the massive tires of my double trailer scraping against the guardrail. I flashed my high beams frantically, hoping to snap the driver out of whatever stupor they were in. The sedan didn't alter its course, not even slightly. With the stone face of the mountain to my right and a 50-foot drop to the Blackwater River on my left, my options disappeared in seconds. I blasted my horn, the sound echoing through the valley like a wounded animal's cry. We were now mere seconds from impact. My headlights fully illuminated the interior of the approaching car, and what I saw haunts me to this day. The driver, a young man with dark, disheveled hair, wearing what looked like a suit with the tie loosened, wasn't panicking. He wasn't frantically turning the wheel or screaming in fear. He was smiling, not a nervous smile, not the grimace of someone making a terrible mistake. It was a smile of absolute serenity, of pure, unfiltered joy, like someone greeting a long-lost love after years of separation. His eyes, wide and glistening, stared directly at me, or perhaps through me, seeing something I couldn't. The impact came with a deafening crunch of metal and shattering glass. My truck jackknifed, the second trailer whipping around like the tail of an angry beast. When everything finally stopped moving, I was hanging upside down in my harness, my CB radio dangling above my head, static hissing from its speaker. By some miracle, I walked away with just a broken collarbone and some lacerations. The sedan and its driver weren't as fortunate. The vehicle had compacted to nearly half its original size upon impact with my first trailer. When Sheriff Callahan arrived with the paramedics and fire crew, I recounted everything while they worked to extract the driver's body from the wreckage. When I mentioned the smile, Sheriff Callahan's weathered face grew solemn. He took off his hat and ran his fingers through his thinning gray hair. "Know something, son. In 27 years of law enforcement, I've seen this more times than I care to count," he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear. "A lot of these single-vehicle crashes, these head-ons with semis or bridge abutments, they ain't accidents." He looked over at the wreckage, now illuminated by the harsh floodlights of the emergency vehicles. "Some folks decide they're done with this world, but don't want their families bearing the weight of that decision. Or maybe they make the choice in an instant of darkness. Either way, they make it look like an accident. That night changed the way I drive, changed the way I look at approaching headlights. Sometimes, when I'm on a lonely stretch of highway and see lights coming toward me, I can't help but wonder about the person behind the wheel, what they're thinking, what they're feeling. And I remember that smile, that terrible smile of absolute peace, moments before catastrophe. I'm about to tell you something that happened to my father back in 1987, something he's never been able to explain. He was a long-haul trucker driving routes through the Appalachian Mountains, mostly between Tennessee and Virginia. This particular night, he was making his way through a stretch of Route 77 known for its sharp turns and steep drops. It was around 3 in the morning, that peculiar hour when the world feels suspended between yesterday and tomorrow. A light fog had settled in the valleys, creeping across the road like ghostly fingers reaching out from the forest. My father, Jim, had been driving for nearly 14 hours straight, stopping only for coffee and to stretch his legs. The radio kept cutting in and out as the mountains interfered with the signal, so he was humming to himself to stay alert. As he rounded a bend near what locals called Widow's Peak, his headlights caught something unexpected, a woman standing at the edge of the road. She couldn't have been more than 25 years old, with pale skin that seemed to glow in the darkness. She wore a cream-colored dress that billowed slightly in the night breeze. Despite their being no wind that night. My father immediately slowed down, thinking she must be stranded. In those days before cell phones, breaking down on a mountain road in the middle of the night was a dangerous situation. He was about to pull over when something happened that still haunts him to this day. The woman suddenly turned toward his truck, made direct eye contact with him, her eyes reflecting the headlights with an unnatural brightness, and then deliberately stepped into the path of his 18-wheeler. There was no time to swerve on that narrow mountain road. He felt the sickening thud as his truck struck her body. He heard what sounded like bones shattering beneath his wheels. The sound was so distinct, so horrifying, that he can still hear it when he wakes up in the middle of the night, even now, decades later. My father slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a stop about 50 feet past where he'd hit her. His hands were shaking so badly, he could barely pull the emergency brake. By some miracle, 2 other vehicles were on that desolate stretch of road, a pickup truck and a station wagon, and they both stopped immediately. The 3 drivers converged at the spot where the accident had occurred. My father was nearly hysterical, explaining through a trembling voice what had happened. The other 2 drivers, a middle-aged couple from North Carolina named the Hendersons, and a logger called Mac, nodded grimly. They had seen the whole thing from their vantage points further up the road. "Wasn't your fault, buddy," Mac said, his flashlight beam cutting through the fog. "We both saw her jump right in front of you. Clear as day. She wanted to get hit, Mrs." Henderson added, clutching her husband's arm. "No question about it." With dread knotting his stomach, my father knelt down to look beneath the truck, bracing himself for the gruesome sight that surely awaited him. But there was nothing. No body. No blood. Not even a scrap of that cream-colored dress. The 3 of them searched the area for nearly an hour, combing the ditches alongside the road, checking the undercarriage of my father's truck multiple times. They found absolutely nothing to indicate a human being had been struck. "This ain't right," Mac kept muttering, his eyes darting nervously to the tree line. "I saw her plain as I'm seeing you now, Mrs." Henderson had gone completely silent, her face ashen in the beam of the flashlights. Her husband suggested they all drive to the nearest town and report the incident, but there was a strange reluctance in his voice. Before they could decide what to do, Mrs. Henderson suddenly gasped and pointed toward the forest edge. My father swears that for just a moment, a split second that stretched into eternity, he saw the woman standing among the trees, watching them with that same unnaturally bright gaze. And then she was gone. The Hendersons left first, their taillights quickly disappearing around the bend. Mac mumbled something about getting home to his family and took off shortly after. My father sat in his truck for what felt like hours, unable to process what had happened. He filed a report at the next town, but without a body or any evidence, there wasn't much the local sheriff could do. 2 weeks later, my father received a letter from the Hendersons. They'd researched the area and discovered that in 1942, a young woman named Eleanor Simmons had taken her own life at that exact spot after learning her fiancé had been killed in the war. My father never drove that stretch of Route 77 again. He'd take detours adding hundreds of miles to his journeys, just to avoid Widow's Peak. When I asked him once why he was so certain he'd hit something when there was no evidence, He just looked at me with eyes that had seen things they couldn't understand. "Some things you know in your bones," he said quietly, "and some memories stick to your soul like burrs that can never be brushed away." I once tried my hand at becoming a long-haul trucker. Luckily for me, it didn't pan out. I'd only been on the job for a week when I was assigned to shadow one of the most experienced drivers at Mason-Dixon Freight Lines. The guy, let's call him Earl, was pushing 70, with nearly 45 years behind the wheel of heavy rigs. He had this weathered face that seemed to tell 1,000 stories of the open road. Everything was going smoothly on Route 66. We were cruising through the Arizona desert just after midnight, talking about previous jobs and endless journeys, when our conversation was suddenly interrupted by a violent banging sound, accompanied by desperate cries for help coming from the trailer behind us. A woman's voice, terrified and pleading. My blood ran cold. I immediately thought I'd made a terrible mistake and got myself mixed up in some kind of human trafficking operation. But Earl just kept his eyes on the road, not even flinching. "Don't pay it no mind," he said flatly. "Just ignore it and it'll be over soon enough." About 20 miles later, I heard those sounds again, but fainter this time. I couldn't take it anymore and called back, "Don't worry. Everything will be okay. It'll all be over soon." Earl slammed his hand against the steering wheel so hard I thought he might break it. "You goddamn fool," he shouted, his face contorted with rage. "Now she'll never leave you alone." He didn't speak another word to me for the rest of the drive. When we stopped at a truck stop in Flagstaff, I decided I'd had enough. I grabbed my duffel bag while Earl was in the restroom and hitched a ride with another trucker heading back east. I returned to my apartment in Nashville and quit that job the next day. I wasn't about to get involved in anything illegal. A couple weeks later, I started working for Blue Ridge Transport, figuring a change of company would help. My first solo run was supposed to be a simple overnight haul from Nashville to Louisville. I'd barely made it to the Kentucky state line when I heard that familiar voice from the trailer. "Help. Somebody please help me." And Earl was right. For the next 3 months, she never left me alone. Every single haul, day or night, those cries would start up after I'd been on the road for about an hour. Sometimes they were loud enough to be heard over my radio at full volume. Other times they were just whispers that seemed to be right behind my ear in the cab. I lasted longer than I should have, thinking it would eventually stop. But one night on a lonely stretch of highway in West Virginia, I heard a scratching on the back of my cab, like fingernails dragging across metal, and a hoarse voice whispering, "Let me in, driver. I'm so cold out here." That was it for me. I pulled into the next rest stop, left the keys in the ignition, and called a taxi. I've been working as a dispatcher for the past 6 years now, and to be perfectly honest, I have no problems whatsoever with never hitting the open road again. Back in the early 2000s, I was working as a delivery driver in northern Michigan. One winter night, I was heading up to Traverse City with medical supplies that needed to be delivered before morning. It was around 2 a.m., and the temperature had dropped well below freezing. I was driving along Pine Ridge Road, one of those winding, narrow routes cutting through dense forest, where your headlights are the only thing keeping the darkness at bay. The snowfall had just stopped, leaving everything covered in this pristine white blanket that reflected my high beams back at me. About halfway through my route, I noticed something unusual on the shoulder of the road. At first, I thought it was a moose. They're common up there, and occasionally they get hit by vehicles. But as I got closer, I could see there was someone hunched over the moose carcass. My first thought was, some hunter is out here in the middle of the night trying to salvage antlers. In this weather. But when I slowed down a bit, I realized there were actually 3 figures around the moose, not just one. They were tearing into the animal's stomach cavity and pulling out entrails, bringing the steaming organs to their mouths with an urgency that made my skin crawl. The vapor from the fresh kill rose around them in the freezing air, creating this surreal, nightmarish tableau. One of them, the largest, sensed my approach. It turned and looked directly at me, not at my truck, but at me, like it knew exactly where I was sitting behind the wheel. It slowly stood upright, and that's when I realized this thing was enormous, easily 7 or 8 feet tall, with shoulders twice as broad as mine. Its body was covered in something that wasn't quite fur and wasn't quite clothing, more like matted hair with ice and snow crusted throughout. I didn't even consider stopping. In fact, I pressed the accelerator harder, but not so hard that I'd lose control on the icy road. As I passed by, the creature didn't run or hide like an animal would. Instead, it deliberately stepped toward the road, coming alongside my driver's side window. The worst part, the detail that still gives me nightmares 15 years later, was that as it walked beside my moving vehicle for those few terrifying seconds, it kept pace perfectly while staring straight into my eyes. Its face was largely hidden by the hair and shadows, but I could clearly see its eyes reflecting my headlights with an eerie amber glow. There was intelligence there and something else, recognition maybe, like it had been waiting for someone to come along. The other 2 creatures remained by the carcass, but they too had stopped feeding and were watching my truck pass by. They were smaller, maybe juveniles, but had the same general appearance. In my rearview mirror, I saw the large one standing in the middle of the road, tracking my departure until I rounded a bend and lost sight of it. I radioed the state police when I hit the next town, but when they sent a patrol out at dawn, they found nothing. No moose carcass, no footprints, nothing but unmarked snow. Some locals at the diner where I stopped for coffee that morning told me I'd encountered the Wendigo forest people. But I don't know about all that. What I do know is that there are things in those northern woods that don't match anything in any biology textbook I've ever seen. And when I drive through Michigan now, I stick to the interstate, even if it adds hours to my journey. Some shortcuts aren't worth taking. I've been driving 18-wheelers for nearly 20 years, and back in the early 2000s, I spent a lot of time on overnight hauls. In those days, I heard and saw plenty of strange things on the road. But there's one experience that's burned into my memory like a cattle brand. I was driving a load up from Savannah to Charleston, along the coastal route through South Carolina. It was around 2 a.m., pitch black except for my headlights cutting through the darkness. The route took me through a stretch of marshland where the road narrows with nothing but swamp on either side for miles. That's when I first heard it, faint at first, almost like a woman's voice calling out. My radio was playing some late-night talk show, but I could hear this sound underneath it. At first, I thought maybe it was interference, or something coming through on another frequency. I turned the radio down and slowed the rig, eventually pulling onto the shoulder. Something about that sound made my skin crawl, but I was worried someone might be hurt out there in the marsh, maybe a car accident victim or something. So I sat there in the darkness, listening. The cries grew louder, but now I realized it wasn't just a woman's voice. I could make out what sounded like children wailing and men shouting in pain. Goosebumps ran up my arms as a bone-deep chill settled over me. These weren't normal cries for help. They sounded like the damned souls you'd imagine in hell. I don't know what possessed me, but instead of getting the hell out of there like any sane person would, I grabbed my flashlight and stepped down from the cab. Maybe it was the adrenaline or some misguided sense of duty, but I started scanning the roadside while those terrible sounds continued. I was trying to pinpoint where they were coming from when my flashlight beam caught something up ahead in the middle of the road. It was a pale, glowing shape reflecting the light. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I didn't stop. I started walking slowly toward whatever it was, my boots feeling heavier with each step. The closer I got, the louder the sounds became. My hands were ice cold and shaking when I finally saw it clearly. I wanted to scream, but my voice was frozen in my throat. It looked like a dog or small animal on all fours, but it had no fur, just milk-white skin stretched tight over its frame. Its eyes were completely black, like polished obsidian, and they seemed to absorb my flashlight beam rather than reflect it. The thing looked like it was dying, breathing shallowly, its ribcage visible through that ghostly skin. But the worst part was its mouth, full of needle-sharp teeth, far too many for its jaw, and from that mouth came those horrible screams. It was as if dozens of people were trapped inside this thing, all crying out in agony. I don't remember exactly how, but the next thing I knew, I was flying north on the highway at top speed, my hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles were white. When I finally reached Charleston and told my buddy Jake at the truck stop what happened, he crossed himself and said I'd encountered a swamp siren. Something the local Gullah people believed lured travelers to their deaths in the marshes. Everyone I've told has a different explanation. Some say it was a government experiment gone wrong. Others think it was an alien creature. A few are convinced it was a demon. All I know is that no natural animal makes sounds like that. And sometimes, when I'm driving that stretch at night, I still keep the radio turned up extra loud, just to drown out anything else I might hear. My grandfather used to tell me about his days back in the 90s, when he would occasionally ride along with his buddy Jake, a long-haul trucker who had this strict rule about always parking his rig at exactly 2 a.m. to get some sleep, no matter where they were on the route. This one time, they were hauling through the Appalachian foothills in West Virginia on a stretch of road the locals called the Devil's Spine. It was mid-October, crisp autumn air settling into the valleys between those ancient mountains. Grandpa says he spotted these strange blue-green lights flickering deep in the ravine below them, like nothing he'd ever seen before. He mentioned it to Jake, who who was already settling into his bunk in the cab. But Jake just mumbled something about swamp gas and turned over, dead to the world within seconds. Grandpa says he couldn't shake this feeling of being watched, even as he drifted off to sleep. Must have been around 3:30 a.m. when they both jolted awake to the sound of something, not quite knocking, more like scratching against the truck's door. Jake cursed and reached for the flashlight they kept wedged between the seats. When my grandfather peered out through the side window, he swears he saw 5 figures in what looked like old-fashioned miner's gear, complete with headlamps that gave off that same blue-green glow. But what made his blood run cold was what they were carrying between them. Not a coffin like you might expect, but what looked like an empty stretcher made of some kind of black metal that seemed to absorb the moonlight around it. Grandpa said he couldn't even scream at first, just grabbed Jake's arm so hard he left bruises. When Jake finally saw them too, he didn't hesitate, fired up that diesel engine so fast the whole truck shuddered. As they pulled away, Grandpa swears he felt the truck dip slightly, like something heavy had climbed aboard the back. They drove straight through until dawn, not daring to stop, both of them hearing occasional scraping sounds from the trailer that Jake tried to dismiss as just the wind or bad roads. When they finally pulled into a truck stop outside Charleston, they checked the rig over inch by inch. No blood, no damage to the tires or undercarriage. Nothing that would suggest they'd hit anything physical on that road. But on the back doors of the trailer, they found something that still gives my grandfather nightmares all these decades later. 3 perfect handprints pressed into the metal itself. Not painted on, but somehow melted into the steel. Like someone with hands hot enough to warp metal had tried to claw their way inside. And strangest of all, when they opened those doors to check the cargo, every box had been shifted exactly 3 inches to the left. Grandpa says they never reported it, never told the company. Jake quit driving routes through the Appalachians after that night. And to this day, whenever we drive through mountains at night and my grandfather sees headlights behind us, he gets real quiet and keeps checking the rearview mirror until we're back on flat ground. My Uncle Jack was always on the road, driving his semi-truck across the country, and he'd come back with the strangest stories I've ever heard. One story in particular has stayed with me since I first heard it when I was 7 years old. It was the winter of 1978. Jack was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Los Angeles along Route 66. Usually, when he finished his deliveries, he'd spend a few days unwinding at local truck stops, playing cards with other drivers and having a few beers. But this time was different. He was trying to make it home in time for my cousin's wedding. So he pushed himself harder than usual, driving long stretches with minimal breaks. Somewhere in the New Mexico desert, around 3 a.m., exhaustion finally caught up with him. The roads were empty, the night was pitch black, and the nearest town was still about 40 miles away. Jack pulled over at a small rest area, just a gravel patch really, with a single flickering light post. He reclined his seat, set his alarm for 2 hours later, and quickly drifted off. He wasn't sure how long he'd been asleep when something woke him. It was singing a woman's voice, soft and melodic, but somehow wrong. The notes were slightly off, like a record played at the wrong speed. At first, he thought his radio had turned on, But when he checked, everything was switched off. Just as suddenly as it started, the singing stopped. Then came a sound that made his blood run cold. A cry for help, desperate and choked, seemingly coming from somewhere near his truck. Jack sat up straight, instantly alert. His first instinct was to jump out and help, but something held him back. An uneasiness crept over him as he realized just how isolated he was miles from anywhere, surrounded by desert and darkness. "Hello," he called out, rolling down his window just a crack. "Is someone there?" No answer came, just the whistle of the wind through the desert scrub. He started the engine and turned on his high beams, illuminating the area around his truck. There was nothing but sand, tumbleweeds, and the occasional cactus casting long shadows. Jack grabbed his flashlight from the glove compartment. He was a good man, always willing to help others, and the thought that someone might be in trouble out there was gnawing at him. But just as he was about to open his door, he noticed something strange in his side mirror. A flicker of movement, something white, shifting between the shadows beyond the reach of his headlights. He adjusted the mirror, trying to get a better look, and that's when he saw her. A woman in a pale dress, standing perfectly still about 20 yards behind his truck. Jack squinted, trying to make out her features, but where her face should have been, there was only emptiness. Not darkness, not shadow, just nothing, like a blank space in reality itself. As he watched, frozen in horror, she began to glide toward the truck, not walking, but moving as if she were being pulled on invisible strings, her feet barely touching the ground. Jack didn't wait to see more. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, the tires kicking up gravel as the truck lurched forward. He drove nonstop for the next 4 hours, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, his eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. When he finally told me this story years later, I was a teenager, old enough to appreciate the gravity of it. My uncle wasn't the type to scare easily. He was a Vietnam vet, built like a brick wall, with a booming laugh that filled every room he entered. But when he recounted that night on Route 66, his voice would drop to a whisper, and the color would drain from his face. What struck me most was how my Aunt Claire would react whenever he told this story. She'd quietly leave the room or change the subject. One Thanksgiving, after a few too many drinks, she confided in me. "In all the years I've known your uncle, I've only seen him truly afraid twice. Once when your cousin was born 3 months premature, and whenever he talks about that night in New Mexico." As the years went by, Jack told the story less and less. The last time I heard him mention, it was at my wedding reception. Someone had asked about his strangest experience on the road, and he started to tell the story, but stopped mid-sentence, his eyes distant. He just shook his head and said, "Some things are better left in the past." I don't know what my uncle encountered that night. Maybe it was exhaustion playing tricks on his mind. Maybe it was something that science can't explain. Or maybe it was something else entirely. But I do know that for him, what he saw in that desert, in the dead of night, was as real as the ground beneath his feet. And sometimes, when I'm driving alone at night on a deserted highway, I find myself checking my mirrors a little more often than I need to. It was 3 in the morning. After driving more than 14 hours straight through Nevada's endless desert highways, I decided it was finally time to pull over at a remote rest stop along Route 50, what locals call the loneliest road in America. The night was unusually cold for September, and when I rolled down my window, the silence was almost deafening. Through the windshield of my pickup truck, I could see a vast stretch of sagebrush, illuminated by an unnaturally large harvest moon. The silvery light cast long shadows across the landscape, and that's when I noticed it, a peculiar silhouette standing motionless about 50 yards from the parking area. At first, I figured it was just one of those metal art installations that dotted these desert highways. Some local artists attempt to spook travelers. I told myself it was nothing to worry about and decided to check my messages while I took a break. I started watching a short documentary on my phone, but something kept drawing my attention back to the window. There was a fleeting movement in my peripheral vision. I killed the cabin light to get a better look outside, and everything appeared normal. The figure was still there, unmoving. But something felt different. It seemed slightly closer to the rest stop than before. Not dramatically so, but enough to notice the change. A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the desert night air. The highway was practically deserted, with maybe one vehicle passing every 20 minutes. I tried to blame my uneasiness on exhaustion and highway hypnosis, forcing myself to focus on my phone instead of the growing urge to look outside again. About 15 minutes later, my bladder reminded me why I'd stopped in the first place. The growing sense of dread made me consider using an empty water bottle from the passenger seat, but that felt ridiculous. I was a 38-year-old man, not some scared kid. I reluctantly glanced back toward the sagebrush field. The figure was exactly where it should be, still as a statue. Gathering my courage, I stepped out, walked a few paces from my truck to a spot behind some sparse junipers, and took care of business. I hadn't been out there more than 30 seconds when the atmosphere somehow shifted. The night went from quiet to something I can only describe as completely void of sound. Even the distant hum of the occasional passing vehicle seemed to vanish. Every hair on my body stood up at once, and I felt an overwhelming compulsion to turn around. I told myself I was being absurd, that my imagination was simply working overtime after too many hours on the road. But the feeling was too powerful to ignore, less a conscious thought, and more like raw instinct clawing at my brain. When I finally turned around, the figure was gone. The emptiness that flooded my stomach made me lightheaded, as if all the blood in my body had suddenly rushed to my feet. I sprinted back to my truck, fumbling with the keys before practically throwing myself inside. I locked the doors, fired up the engine, and floored it back onto the highway. I didn't check my mirrors. I didn't look to either side. I just drove, keeping my eyes fixed on the road ahead, knuckles white against the steering wheel. I didn't stop again until I reached the brightly lit truck plaza in Ely, where at least a dozen other vehicles were parked. To this day, I've never pulled over at an isolated rest stop again. And believe me, I never will. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I still catch myself scanning the darkness at the edge of my headlights, watching for something that shouldn't be there, and wondering what might have happened if I'd stayed just a few minutes longer at that rest stop on Route 50. I hadn't been driving long haul for much time, and I don't have any stories about phantom highways or Route 66 or anything like that. But I do remember one particular night when I saw something that still haunts me to this day. I was hauling freight through Wyoming, heading west on Route 17. It was during that bitter winter of '97, and the darkness was absolute that night. No moon, no stars, no highway lights, nothing, but pitch black beyond the reach of my truck's headlights cutting through the snow flurries. Around 2 a.m., I spotted something strange lying across the road ahead. I slowed down to maneuver around it. As I passed by, my brain couldn't quite process what I'd just seen in that brief flash of light. What the hell was that? I thought to myself. I pulled over about 50 yards ahead and sat there for a minute, debating whether I should check it out or just keep moving. Curiosity got the better of me. I threw my heavy jacket on, grabbed my maglite from the glove compartment, and stepped out into the biting cold. The wind was howling something fierce as I trudged back down the highway, the beam of my flashlight bouncing with each step. The temperature must have been well below zero, and I could see my breath hanging in clouds before my face. When I reached the spot and pointed my light down at the road, I froze. There on the asphalt was what looked like a human torso. No head, no limbs, and completely skinned. The flesh torn apart in several places. I stood there slack-jawed, unable to move or think clearly. The only sounds were the distant rumble of my truck's idling engine and the whipping of the wind through the nearby pine trees. Steam was rising from the mass of meat and bone, and there were no clothes or shoes anywhere, just a rib cage with other bones, and what looked like tendons and chunks of flesh strewn across the lane. My first instinct was to call the sheriff's department. The rib cage was definitely large enough to be human, maybe somebody about my size. But when I pulled out my phone, I had no signal, and the nearest town, Blackwater Ridge, was at least 50 miles away. As I was putting my phone back in my pocket, I happened to glance up toward the tree line on the side of the road. That's when I saw them, a cluster of glowing eyes watching me intently from the darkness of the forest. They weren't all at the same height, and they seemed to be shifting positions slowly, deliberately. That was all I needed to understand. I shouldn't be there. I figured it might be a pack of wolves that had been tracking me. Or maybe something else. Something worse. I backed away slowly toward my truck, never taking my eyes off those glowing orbs in the darkness. When I finally climbed back into my cab, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the key to put it in gear. I drove straight through until dawn without stopping once. To this day, I don't know if those were human remains or not, but I've convinced myself it was probably an elk that had been hit by another truck like mine, and then dragged off and partially eaten by predators before being dragged back onto the road. At least, that's what I tell myself when I'm trying to sleep at night. But sometimes, in my dreams, those eyes in the darkness aren't animal at all, and they're getting closer to the road with each passing second. I've been hauling freight across this country for nearly 40 years, and in all that time, I've seen plenty of strange things on the road, but something truly supernatural. That happened just once. It was the summer of 2008. I was driving a route through Nevada, heading toward Las Vegas with a trailer full of electronics. The weather had been clear all day, but as evening approached, the skies darkened unnaturally fast. Within minutes, a sandstorm kicked up, not uncommon in that part of the desert. But this one was different. The sand whipped against my windshield with such force I thought the glass might crack. My visibility dropped to almost nothing. I slowed to a crawl, desperately trying to stay on the asphalt. Over the CB radio, I heard scattered reports from other truckers that a section of Route 95 had completely washed out about 10 miles ahead. A flash flood had torn right through the highway, leaving a 20-foot gap. Highway patrol was redirecting traffic, but it would add hours to everyone's journey. I started to worry. My delivery was time-sensitive, and a major detour would put me well behind schedule. That's when I heard it, a voice cutting through the static on Channel 19. It was faint and kept breaking up, but the message was clear, if any. Drivers heading south. There's an unmarked access road. Mile marker 137. Bypass the washout. Save you 3 hours. The voice didn't identify itself, which was unusual for CB chatter. I checked my map. There was nothing marked at mile marker 137, but I was approaching it fast. Through the swirling sand, I just barely made out a dirt turnoff. Something told me to take it. I made the turn, and almost immediately, the sandstorm began to subside. Within minutes, the air was clear, and stars twinkled overhead as if there had never been a storm at all. The dirt road was surprisingly smooth, well maintained. I figured it must be some local shortcut, maybe used by ranchers or mining operations. Hours passed and the road stretched on. Now that I think about it, I should have found it strange that I hadn't passed a single vehicle, hadn't seen a single light from a distant ranch house or town. The desert around me was completely still, empty in a way that felt almost deliberate. Fatigue started to set in around midnight. My eyelids grew heavy, and I knew I needed to find a place to pull over soon. That's when I saw it, a massive neon sign glowing electric blue against the night sky. Crossroads Truck Haven, 24-hour service. I couldn't believe my luck. The place looked busy too. At least a dozen rigs parked in the lot. Lights on in the restaurant. Figures moving between the buildings. I pulled in, parked in an empty spot at the far end of the lot, and didn't even bother to check in. I was dead on my feet. I crawled into my sleeper cab, drew the curtains, and was out before my head hit the pillow. When I woke up, the sun was high in the sky. My watch said 1:30 p.m. I'd slept much longer than intended. I sat up quickly, worried about my delivery timeline, and pulled back the curtain to look outside. What I saw still haunts me to this day. I wasn't in a truck stop. I was in the middle of the desert, surrounded by what looked like an automotive graveyard. Rusted-out truck cabs from the 50s and 60s formed a rough circle around me. Their windows were all shattered, seats torn out, and some had strange symbols painted on their doors in what looked disturbingly like dried blood. The ground wasn't asphalt, but cracked desert hardpan, and scattered all around were small animal skeletons, dozens of them, arranged in patterns that seemed too deliberate to be natural. I started my engine with shaking hands, and had to maneuver carefully between the derelict trucks to find a way out. As I pulled away, I checked my mirrors repeatedly, but there was no sign of the brightly lit truck stop, the neon sign, or any of the other trucks I'd seen the night before. I drove nonstop until I reached Vegas, 2 hours later. When I finally delivered my cargo, I asked the warehouse manager if he'd ever heard of Crossroads Truck Haven. The look he gave me made my blood run cold. "Where'd you hear that name?" he asked, voice suddenly quiet. I told him about the dirt road off mile marker 137. He shook his head slowly. "There's no mile marker 137 on Route 95, he said. "And you don't want to go looking for Crossroads. The stories I've heard. Truckers pull in, but not everyone pulls out. Some say it only appears every 7 years, always during a storm. Always to drivers who are desperate to make good time. I've never taken an unmarked shortcut since, and I never drive that stretch of Nevada alone. Sometimes, late at night, my CB will catch a burst of static, and in it, I think I hear a voice inviting weary drivers to rest at a haven just up ahead. I switch channels immediately. Some havens are designed to keep you forever." At Horizon Logistics, I won't say more than that it's one of America's largest interstate shipping companies. We have this one semi-truck that's haunted. Everyone knows it, from the rookies to upper management, but nobody talks about it officially. How I found out about it still gives me chills, because I experienced it firsthand. Back in the winter of 2019, I was assigned to drive rig number 317, nicknamed Midnight by the veterans. From the moment I climbed into the cab, strange things started happening. The satellite radio would flip between stations by itself, sometimes landing on frequencies that weren't even part of our subscription package. From these dead channels came whispers, distorted voices speaking words I couldn't quite make out, but they sounded like they were calling my name. Mason. Mason, the cab always maintained this bone-chilling coldness that penetrated through your clothes and into your skin. This happened regardless of the weather outside, whether it was snowing in Montana or blazing hot crossing through Arizona. Even with the heater cranked to maximum, that unnatural cold never dissipated. You'd think the cold might be welcome during those summer hauls through Death Valley, but there was something wrong about it. It felt like being watched through the chill. The worst, though the absolute worst, happened when you were driving along those empty stretches of highway at 3 a.m. While keeping your eyes on the road, you'd inevitably notice something in your peripheral vision. A passenger sitting in the seat beside you. Someone who wasn't there when you started your journey. Someone who vanished the instant you turned your head. After the third time this happened, I tried to outsmart whatever it was. I kept my focus dead ahead and tried to make out details from the corner of my eye without turning my head. That was the biggest mistake of my life. As I stared forward, concentrating on the empty Nevada highway stretching before me, I realized the figure was staring directly at me. Its eyes, if you could call them that, were impossibly deep, like looking into two wells that dropped straight to hell. I noticed it had no nose, just a gaping, jagged hole in the center of its face that seemed to breathe in even when nothing was exhaled. I tried closing my eyes for just a second, hoping it would disappear. But when I opened them, it remained, now leaning slightly closer. What terrified me most was when it slowly raised a gray, shriveled hand and pointed toward an upcoming exit I hadn't planned to take. I swerved sharply back into my lane when I realized I'd been drifting. By the time I'd recovered, the figure was gone, but the exit sign I passed read "Deadfall, no services." A town that doesn't exist on any map I've checked since. According to Blake, our fleet manager, this entity has been with the truck since it rolled off the assembly line in Detroit. The first driver quit after one trip, and since then, dozens have requested transfers after just a single route with Midnight. Some say the truck was built with steel from a recycled prison transport that crashed, killing everyone aboard. Others believe the land where the manufacturing plant stands was once the site of forgotten Native American burial grounds. Whatever the truth, the company isn't spending money to exorcise it or scrap the perfectly functional rig. So we all just pray to whatever gods might be listening that our name doesn't come up on the rotation for Rig 317. Because once you're behind that wheel, Midnight's passenger decides where you're really going. And sometimes, drivers report entire hours of their journey that they can't remember at all. What I'm about to tell you happened during my second year working as a long-haul trucker. Back in 2017, I was regularly crossing the Midwest, knew my routes like the back of my hand. And if the weather or other external factors didn't interfere, I always managed to deliver my cargo on time. During one of these runs, I stopped at a roadside diner called Pinewood Rest Stop, just outside of Lakeville, before heading to my next destination, Springfield. I remember ordering their signature black coffee and apple pie, which the waitress, Doris, insisted was the best in 3 counties. After finishing my meal, I climbed back into my rig, pulled onto Interstate 71, and for the first 3 hours of the drive, everything was completely normal. But as I continued driving, somewhere around the 5th hour, I realized I hadn't seen any familiar landmarks for a while, those helpful signs that let you know where you are and how much further to the next town. This was supposed to be a 6-hour journey, but the landscape I found myself in showed no indications that I was approaching a city. I started paying more attention to my surroundings and noticed that wherever I looked, there was only darkness. And along the highway, I could see the trees of a dense forest that definitely wasn't supposed to be on this route. Had I somehow taken a wrong turn? It was a terrifying moment. This made absolutely no sense, because this stretch of highway had no major junctions that could have confused me. Trying to find some answers, I turned off the podcast I was listening to and attempted to tune in to a local radio station, but the device couldn't pick up any signal. I grabbed my phone from the passenger seat and got the same result: no service. Not even emergency calls would go through. From that point on, I kept driving, and I swear I continued for at least another 10 hours. The fuel gauge barely moved though, which made no sense. I was exhausted, hungry, increasingly disoriented, and frankly, scared out of my mind. Many times I considered pulling over and waiting for another vehicle to pass. But I drove for so long without seeing any other cars that it started to feel like I was the last person on Earth. I repeatedly tried using the radio and phone, but both devices seemed completely dead. Even my digital dashboard clock had frozen at 11:42 p.m. without any explanation. The road seemed endless, stretching infinitely into the darkness. I felt like I was trapped in some kind of loop, like a glitch in reality. I wondered if I might be dreaming, caught in some terrible nightmare. I even considered the possibility that I had crashed and was now lying unconscious somewhere on the road, experiencing hallucinations before death. But none of that was true. Then I noticed something strange in my rearview mirror, a faint glow that shouldn't have been there. The glow grew brighter, but not in a way that felt threatening. It was more like a presence. As it intensified, I suddenly felt something similar to when your ears pop on an airplane, and you start hearing more clearly, not realizing you weren't hearing properly before. In that instant, my radio tuned itself to a station playing American Pie. Headlights appeared in the distance behind me, and even the sky turned from pitch black to a deep navy blue, contrasting with the complete darkness that had surrounded me just moments before. The highway signs reappeared, showing I was just 15 miles outside of Springfield. When I finally arrived at the delivery depot, I checked my logs. According to everything, my truck's mileage, fuel consumption, the clock, I hadn't lost a single minute of time. My phone battery had exactly the level of charge you'd expect after a 6-hour trip, and I arrived precisely when I was scheduled to. The only thing that had changed was what I remembered and what I had experienced. It took me months before I worked up the courage to tell this story, but when I finally shared it with 2 fellow drivers at the Red Wheel truck stop outside of Cleveland, one of them quietly chuckled and with the most respectful tone said, "Ah, I see you've experienced the vanishing mile already." They explained that this phenomenon happens to drivers traveling the same roads for extended periods, particularly on that stretch of I-71. Apparently, not everyone experiences it, but enough do that it has become one of the hundreds of legends among truckers. They called it the Vanishing Mile, or sometimes the Ghost Highway. What was most unsettling was when the older driver, Pete, showed me a small notebook he kept in his jacket. In it were the names and dates of other drivers who had experienced the same thing, going back to the 1970s. Some of their experiences were identical to mine, while others had seen or heard things in that strange limbo that I hadn't. Pete looked me in the eyes and said, "Consider yourself lucky. Some folks who enter the vanishing mile don't come back the same, if they come back at all. I've driven that route 17 times since then. Every time, I feel my hands grip the wheel a little tighter as I approach that stretch of highway. So far, it hasn't happened again. But sometimes, late at night, my radio will briefly lose signal for just a second or two. And in those moments, I hold my breath. In my travels across the American heartland, I've witnessed countless strange things. And honestly, that's what I love most about this profession. All the unusual sights you encounter while traversing those endless stretches of asphalt. But there was one experience I had that I've never seen again, and frankly, hope I never will. It happened on Route 66, somewhere in the Badlands of New Mexico. The digital clock on my dashboard read 2:37 a.m., and a harvest moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie amber glow across the desert landscape. I was keeping my speed moderate, around 55 mph, fighting off the drowsiness that comes with these overnight hauls. That's when I felt it. Something solid struck the front of my Peterbilt, and I distinctly felt both axles roll over whatever it was. I didn't stop immediately. Any seasoned trucker knows that desolate roads at that hour can be dangerous. There have been reports of gangs using roadkill or even fake accidents as bait to ambush truckers and steal their cargo, or worse. So I kept driving, but about 3 miles down the road, I noticed something wasn't right. The wheels started to lose traction, and there was this scraping sound coming from underneath. It wasn't mechanical, it was organic somehow, like something wet dragging against metal. I figured something might have gotten caught in the undercarriage, so I started looking for a safe place to pull over. Eventually, I spotted the neon lights of Dusty's all-night diner, glowing like a beacon in the darkness. I pulled into the empty parking lot, grabbed my heavy-duty maglite from the glove compartment, and climbed down to inspect the damage. When I shined that light underneath my rig, I wished to God I hadn't. There was a creature clinging to the chassis, something that had no business existing in our world. Its body was covered in coarse, matted fur that seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. Its limbs, all 6 of them, were unnaturally long and jointed in ways that defied anatomy, ending in curved talons that had dug deep into the metal of my truck. But it was the face that haunts me still. Where eyes should have been, there were just hollow sockets filled with what looked like oil, but moved like it was alive. And when those sockets turned toward my light, the thing let out a sound, not animal, not human, somewhere between radio static and a child's scream. It detached itself in one fluid motion, bearing rows of translucent teeth that seemed to glow from within. Then it bolted toward the scrubland beyond the parking lot, moving in a sideways scuttle that no creature should be capable of, leaving behind a viscous trail that smelled like copper and rot. I ran into Dusty's, shaking so hard I could barely speak. The night cook and the 2 truckers at the counter stared at me like I'd lost my mind. One of them, an older guy named Jenkins, with leathery skin and eyes that had seen too much road, just shook his head and muttered something about desert fever. When I finally gathered enough courage to go back outside, I saw it, a thin, iridescent streak that looked black in the moonlight, but gleamed with an oily rainbow sheen under my flashlight. The trail led from the highway straight to where my truck was parked, then disappeared into the desert. I've hauled freight across all 48 contiguous states since then, but I've never seen anything like that creature again. Sometimes, though, on particularly dark nights when I'm driving through remote areas, I swear I can hear something scratching at the underside of my rig, trying to get in. When you're new to this line of work, you hear all sorts of tales from veteran drivers. Each one claims they've seen a ghost, a bizarre animal, or even UFOs out on those lonely stretches. Everyone has a story to tell. And now, with over 15 years of experience under my belt, I can assure you that most of these stories, mine included, are absolutely true. The highways of America hide secrets in their shadows, secrets that only reveal themselves to those who spend their lives in transit, suspended between destinations. My father spent his entire life behind the wheel, driving taxis, trucks, buses, and working as a personal chauffeur. The road was his home, and through his travels, he came to know every corner of the country. Today, I want to tell you about what happened when I first accompanied him on a long-distance haul for a shipping company owned by his friend. a company that, unfortunately, no longer exists. The job was straightforward. Pick up the truck from the depot, drive to the specified address where a crew would load it in less than an hour, and then head off to another city or state, sometimes hundreds of miles away. Upon arrival, local workers would be waiting to unload everything. Occasionally, he'd carry cargo on the return trip, but usually it was just a simple two-way journey. This was his side gig. His main job was driving for Lyft, which had just launched its services in Arizona that year. I'm not exaggerating when I say his life was on the road. Growing up, I thought I'd follow in his footsteps. School didn't interest me much. All I wanted was to become a driver like my dad, even though he worked tirelessly to provide me with different opportunities. He didn't consider driving a particularly dignified or well-paying career, especially as an interstate trucker. My father wanted me to have options and to choose driving if I wanted, rather than being forced into it like he was, having started before he was even of legal age. Still, he never discouraged me when, as a child, I talked about working with him someday, when all I asked for were toy cars and steering wheels. That's why he often took me on short trips, first around town and later beyond city limits. I was 15 when he first took me on one of those long-haul journeys. We needed to deliver furniture to a penthouse near Sedona, in a particularly beautiful area whose name escapes me now. But it was an exclusive neighborhood far from downtown, a newly constructed building. The apartment must have been enormous to accommodate everything we were transporting. Security was incredibly strict. They made us wait for clearance to begin unloading, even though the movers already had the keys and were ready to go. We started so late that I even helped with the unloading to finish before dawn, since we couldn't afford to stay overnight, and there wasn't enough room to sleep in the truck. Once we finished, we headed back home. Now comes the part of the story that compelled me to share this with you. Unlike many tales involving bad premonitions or strange feelings signaling danger ahead, we were actually in excellent spirits. My father took me to a diner he knew that served the best apple pie in the state. I deserved it, he said. The apartment owners had tipped him generously, and we were both feeling good. Dad mentioned he wanted me to see what the highways looked like at night. We set off on our return journey. I fell asleep for a few hours and woke up around 3 a.m. I had promised Dad I'd talk to him to keep him from dozing off, as he looked exhausted. But when I awoke, he was fully alert and focused on the road. I asked if everything was okay, and he said yes, suggesting I go back to sleep, but I insisted I could stay up a while longer. We reached a rest stop where there wasn't a single vehicle and pulled over. My father rushed to the restroom while I stayed in the truck. He told me not to get out under any circumstances, even if he was with me. I found this strange, but didn't think much of it at the time. While he was gone, I noticed a woman approaching us. She wore a large gray poncho and a long skirt. She moved so slowly, as if she couldn't lift her feet properly, and when she turned her head toward me, I felt her noticing me. She came up to the truck and, smiling, mouthed the words, "Open up." She looked ancient, almost decrepit. Her eyes were heavily hooded, but she kept smiling. I said nothing and tried to ignore her. She moved to the driver's door and knocked twice. I heard her trying to open the door, but thankfully, my father had left the keys inside, and the doors were locked. I tried to look through the mirror, but couldn't see anything. It felt like she might have crawled under the truck. When my father returned, I told him everything, but he simply checked beneath the vehicle and said everything was fine, without asking any questions. He didn't ask what I'd seen. His reaction surprised me. I thought he might consider it a ghost, but he seemed indifferent. We continued our journey, and at some point, as we approached 3 in the morning, I noticed Dad slowing down and scanning the road intently, as if searching for something. He slowed to a crawl, and then came to a complete stop. That's when I saw a small child on the roadside, waving at us. "Help me," the child kept repeating. My father paid no attention and seemed reluctant to stop. He only stopped after I heard the child saying the same thing, but now from a different spot, closer to the truck. Looking back on it, my father simply said, "Never stop, never let anyone in, even if it's a child or an elderly woman. Nothing good happens on these highways between 3 and 4 a.m. That phrase has stayed with me ever since. Maybe it was a trap or just a phantom, but I've never forgotten what happened. Since then, I've always tried to avoid traveling between 3 and 4 in the morning. But here's what still haunts me to this day. Something I didn't realize until years later. My father never turned his head toward the child. Not once. When I asked him about it last Thanksgiving, he just stared at me with a strange look and said, "What child?" I stopped because there was a coyote on the road. You must have been dreaming. But I know what I saw, and sometimes, on lonely nights, I can still hear that child's voice calling out from somewhere in the darkness. I'm a photographer based in Seattle, but whenever I get the chance, I drive down to Arizona to capture its unique landscapes that you can't find anywhere else. My grandparents died when I was just a teenager, and every journey to their homeland, to my heritage, allows me to feel connected to them, to be closer to their memory. This story happened during one of those trips, when I decided to cross the entire stretch of the Sonoran Desert by car, making stops for photography along the way. I always drive slowly, carefully taking in the surroundings, and planned my route so I'd only travel a few hours each day, always in daylight. The main goal was to have enough time to stop and explore the terrain. Those who have made a similar journey, or at least looked at a map, know. From Ajo, the last small town in western Arizona, it's about 5 to 6 hours of desert driving to reach Gila Bend. Desert, nothing but desert. Although I left early in the morning, the landscapes were so captivating that the day flew by. Those 6 hours weren't enough. I stopped too often to take photos. But when I finally decided to drive straight to my next destination without any more stops, I was suddenly overcome by intense nausea. It seemed that something I'd eaten the day before, and it was only a roadside diner burger, wasn't sitting right with me. Somewhere near a place called Crater Valley, I decided to pull over. I spotted what looked like an old gas station or small store in the middle of nowhere, and decided to drive up to it. Indeed, I was in the absolute middle of nowhere, miles and miles of desert, without another soul in sight. The heat was unbearable, even as evening approached. The building looked abandoned. I wanted to look inside, but suddenly noticed a rattlesnake's tail barely visible, coiled behind the door. Behind the building was an old outhouse, just as neglected as the rest of the place. But it could serve my purpose, so I wouldn't have to relieve myself under the scorching sun. I checked for snakes inside and entered. The stomach pain was tolerable, but suddenly I heard something. Someone was approaching. I clearly heard the footsteps of two people. They walked around the abandoned store, then came closer to where I was. He went in. He went in there, two voices said. Let's wait here. Let's wait for him here, they repeated, as if completing each other's thoughts. I froze. Had I trespassed on private property? In such a desolate place, far from any houses or other people, an argument was definitely not the best option. I called out loudly that I had an emergency situation, that I was just using the bathroom, and if necessary, I'd pay for it. There was no answer. Hide. Let's wait for him. Let's hide and wait here, they whispered again. I quickly scanned the small space. Nothing I could use to defend myself. I calculated how many yards to my car, how many seconds it would take to run to it. Could I escape? There was no cell service. My phone showed no signal at all. A few minutes passed. I gathered my courage, opened the door, and bolted toward my car without looking back. When I reached it, I quickly started the engine. The road ahead was clear. I could drive away. But I didn't see anyone. I moved forward slowly, looking at the abandoned gas station on both sides. Nothing. Nobody. I returned to the same spot where I'd left my car, but kept the engine running. I opened the door. I was alone. It didn't seem like a place I should fear. Just a lonely building, a few yards from the road. The sun was beginning to set. Now the place even looked picturesque, perfect for a photo. I approached the store again, then the outhouse. And that's when I saw it. My own footprints in the sand. First light ones, those I left when I first approached to check out the place. Then deeper ones, those left when I ran to the car. But nothing else. No other footprints. No signs of the two people I'd heard. This confused me so much that I walked around the building again, looking in all possible hiding spots. But there was only desert around. Nothing more. The voices I heard weren't like a dream or hallucination. They sounded clear. They saw me. I drove away from there, still not understanding what had happened. My friends say it was probably just the heat, maybe a mirage or hallucination. My brother believes it could have been the spirits of those who once lived in that place, angered that I intruded on their territory. And my grandmother used to say that everything in this world has its sign, its meaning. That something made me stop at that particular place and stay there a few seconds longer for a reason. I'll leave the final word to you. I know my story doesn't sound that scary, but believe me, being there, feeling it firsthand. It was chilling, as if it wasn't the middle of the day, but the deepest part of night. I want to share a story that, until now, only those who lived through it have known. Some members of my family and my closest friend. It was she who convinced me to share it here. This story is about people who work on the road, like all the men on my father's side of the family. They're similar to men of past generations, not in their attitude toward women, thank God, but in the way they never open up. They don't share what happens to them. especially if it's something that evokes fear. We gradually learned about the things that happened to them on the highways, things we couldn't even imagine. But they treated it as ordinary. They didn't need to understand what was happening, because it's not about believing in the supernatural, but about the fact that when you spend half your life on the road, certain things eventually catch up with you, even if you don't want to know about them. My Uncle Ray has been driving long-haul trucks across the Midwest for over 20 years. He's seen it all. People appearing on roadsides in places and at hours where they shouldn't be. Figures crossing the road in the middle of the night where there wasn't a trace of human habitation. He's seen balls of fire in the sky, what people call highway witches, that sometimes appeared in the distance over the plains of Kansas, and sometimes followed his truck, floating parallel along the empty fields. But he never paid attention. He said it was better not to give meaning to such things. That when you spend so much time behind the wheel, your eyes sometimes see things that aren't there, and your brain just fills in the gaps with what it already knows. He said if you thought about it carefully, everything could be explained. But he didn't like to think about it. He's not someone who scares easily. He's serious, quiet, always calm no matter what happens. That's why when he told this story, and did so during a funeral, nobody doubted that what he saw was real. It happened on a quiet autumn night when he was almost at the truck stop outside Lincoln, Nebraska. The cab of his semi was silent, except for the low country station playing softly. The engine hummed steadily after a recent tune-up, and the interstate was clear. It was even a bit strange, as he had left Chicago in the middle of a thunderstorm. But everything indicated the journey would end without any obstacles. He was already imagining eating a stack of pancakes for breakfast, when suddenly he saw a man. An old man. He was walking along the side of the highway, slowly hunched over, with a distant, confused gaze. At that hour, there shouldn't have been anyone there. There were no exits, no rest areas, no broken-down vehicles, nothing that would explain his presence. Uncle Ray slowed down and stopped a few yards ahead. As the truck pulled alongside, he rolled down his window. "Sir, are you all right?" The old man raised his head, and his face was filled with confusion. "Who are you?" he hissed in a raspy voice. The response threw my uncle off balance. He thought the man might be lost or involved in some accident and couldn't remember what had happened. "I'm a trucker, sir, heading to the Lincoln truck stop. Need a ride? Do you need help?" The old man shook his head no, but his gaze remained absent, as if he was struggling to remember something important. Finally, he raised his eyes and said the thing that chilled my uncle to the bone. "Drive carefully, son. Death is very close." And then he just walked away. His figure grew more distant on the road, heading in the opposite direction. Uncle Ray watched him for a few seconds in the mirror, unable to shake a strange feeling. Something in the voice, something in the way this man walked reminded him of his grandfather. His manner of speaking, stern advice disguised as guidance. But most of all, his eyes. Perhaps it was someone who had spent his entire life on the road and learned to see what others couldn't. My uncle sighed and drove on, but he hadn't gone more than half a mile when something made him slam on the brakes. Right in the middle of the road stood a horse. It was breathing heavily. Its coat was wet. It seemed as if it was covered in blood. Uncle Ray got out, approached cautiously, and saw tiny cuts on its legs, scratches, as if it had escaped from a tight space where something had pinned it down. And when he looked up, everything became clear. A few yards from the road, in a shallow ravine, lay an overturned pickup truck with a horse trailer attached. He moved closer. It was a horrific sight. The vehicle was completely crushed. Nobody could have survived such a wreck. My uncle looked at the horse again. How did it survive if it came from there? Nothing made sense. Uncle Ray turned on his hazard lights and waited for the police to arrive. And the whole time, he couldn't stop thinking about the old man, about his words. What did he mean by warning about death? How did he appear just before the accident? Was he a spirit, a harbinger, or maybe the soul of the driver himself, not yet aware that he was already on the other side? Or was he running from death's dark shadow that followed in his footsteps? 5 years passed, and my other uncle, Mike, who also drove trucks, experienced something similar. One night on Route 66, heading toward Amarillo, he saw a man. An old man, hunched over with a confused look, walking slowly. They stopped and opened the door. "Sir, can I help you?" The old man raised his head and whispered hoarsely, "Death is very close." Then he added, "I'm coming," for Virginia, and vanished into the darkness. 3 days later, while watching the local news in a diner, my Uncle Mike learned that Virginia Holloway, the owner of a small roadside motel just outside Amarillo, had passed away that night, at almost the exact time he'd encountered the old man on the highway. The motel had been in her family for generations, and locals called her the mother of the road, because she'd help any traveler in need, often letting truckers stay for free when they were down on their luck. Uncle Mike had stayed at her motel many times over the years. She'd always said the same thing when he left: "The road is long, but I'll be waiting when you come back through." He never told her about his encounter with the old man. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. But sometimes, late at night when the interstate stretches empty before him, he swears he can see Virginia's motel sign glowing in the distance, even when he knows it's been closed for years now. And sometimes, just sometimes, he thinks he sees an old man walking slowly along the shoulder of the road, hunched over, as if carrying the weight of all the travelers who never made it home. My wife's ex-husband lives in Millridge, a small town nestled in the Adirondack Mountains. One night at around 1 a.m., he called her in a panic. Their daughter, Ellie, had experienced a severe mental health crisis, something too personal to describe in detail. But she was hospitalized. This happened during the height of the pandemic, when everyone was already struggling. My wife loves Ellie as her own, having lived with her for 10 years. So she asked if I would drive with her to see what we could do to help. We left Albany around 1:30 a.m. I hate driving at this hour, but in emergencies, you do what needs to be done. The stretch of Route 17, leading to Millridge, was emptier than I'd ever seen it. Even at night, there's usually some traffic, but this time not a soul. Maybe the thunderstorm had convinced people to stay home. That suited me fine. I drove at a moderate speed due to the downpour, and because I'd been asleep just minutes earlier. Even the strong black coffee I'd brought along couldn't fully wake me. And then, out of nowhere, right through the heavy sheets of rain, we clearly saw something dart in front of us, racing diagonally across the highway at an impossible speed. It was a child, a little girl. I jerked the wheel sharply, nearly careening off the road. We immediately pulled over, turned on the hazard lights, and rushed out to search for her. My wife and I. But nothing, no trace of the girl or any other living being. There wasn't even a place where she could have run from or disappeared to. It was like a vision, an apparition that appeared for a moment and vanished just as quickly. We called the state police, but they didn't give it much importance. After 30 minutes of searching, we had to give up and continue our journey. We were expected at the hospital, and every minute counted. The following days in Millridge were difficult, filled with grief and emotional exhaustion. I think that's why we somehow pushed that night's incident to the back of our minds. But a few weeks later, I remembered it again. I wanted to find that spot, the exact point where it all happened. I opened Google Maps to figure out where the girl might have come from. But I stumbled upon something worse. The first thing that caught my eye was a news story about that area. Just 6 months earlier, there had been a school bus accident there. Several children didn't make it. Now I don't know what we saw that night. Was it a lost soul still wandering this world? Or just a ghost, merely an echo of that terrible moment? And sometimes, when I close my eyes at night, I can still see her, running through the rain, her pale face turned toward our headlights for just a fraction of a second. What haunts me most isn't the apparition itself. It's the question of whether she was running toward us, or trying to warn us away. I had just picked up a load in Chicago, destined for a new boutique in downtown Boston. The warehouse worker, a tall man with a piercing gaze, informed me they were mannequins. Normally, this wouldn't bother me, as in my career as a long-haul trucker, I've transported everything from electronics to antique furniture, and even shipments I preferred not to know the contents of. I checked the delivery manifest and counted each mannequin as they were loaded onto the truck. There were 27 pieces in total, all packaged in cardboard boxes with bubble wrap and secured with adhesive tape. Each box was carefully labeled, indicating specific body parts or complete mannequins. After loading, I took one final look to ensure the cargo was securely fastened. Previous experiences had taught me that a poorly secured container could result in damaged merchandise, something I wanted to avoid at all costs. Besides, with sleet forecast to fall during the night, it was essential to ensure nothing would get wet. After closing the container, I climbed into the truck's cabin and started the engine, feeling the familiar rumble of diesel bringing the vehicle to life. I began my journey late in the evening, watching the city lights slowly illuminate as twilight gave way to night. I was eager to deliver these mannequins and finish the job. There was something about mannequins that always made me uncomfortable. Perhaps it was the way they seemed to observe everything with their hollow eyes, or how the light sometimes cast strange shadows on their expressionless faces. Either way, I was ready to get rid of this cargo as quickly as possible. With the destination address programmed into the GPS and a long night of driving ahead, I tuned the radio to a country music station, settled into my seat, and headed onto Interstate 90 that cut through the nocturnal landscape toward New England. The journey was smooth, with little traffic and a starry night above. The road, illuminated only by the truck's headlights, stretched before me like a river of dark asphalt. I had planned to make just one stop for coffee and to stretch my legs, but life, as always, had other plans. It was almost midnight when the first wet snowflakes began to fall, signaling the start of a storm that promised to be severe. I increased the speed of the windshield wipers and reduced the truck's speed, maintaining a safe distance from the few vehicles sharing the road with me. The country music playing on the radio was now mixed with traffic bulletins and weather alerts. That's when I first heard the sound, low, almost muffled, as if something was lightly tapping from inside the container. At first, I thought it was the effect of the heavy sleet on the metal, or perhaps some equipment that hadn't been properly secured. But as the precipitation lessened, the sound persisted, becoming more distinct now, like deliberate knocks. Must be something that came loose, I muttered to myself, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease. I decided I would stop at the next gas station to check the cargo. I didn't want to risk damaging the mannequins or having the load come completely loose. When I finally stopped, the clock showed almost 2 in the morning. The gas station was practically empty, illuminated by fluorescent lights that gave the place a ghostly appearance. I turned off the engine and grabbed my flashlight. The sound of my boots on the wet asphalt echoed in the silence of the night. I opened the container with a sense of hesitation. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing the boxes of mannequins seemingly just as I had left them. For a moment, I thought I had worried for nothing. But then I heard it again, clearer this time, the sound of something knocking coming from the back of the container. My heart raced as I walked between the boxes, the flashlight trembling slightly in my hand. When I reached the end of the container, I stopped abruptly. It wasn't the boxes making the noise. It was something or someone knocking from inside one of them. My first instinct was to back away. My heart pounded heavily in my chest, while my mind tried to process what was happening. Something inside one of the boxes was moving, hitting the cardboard walls with enough force to be heard inside the container. I swallowed hard, my hand firm on the flashlight, trying to illuminate every dark corner in front of me. I cautiously approached the box from which the sounds were coming. It was slightly set apart from the others, hidden behind some larger ones. The label was turned downward, making it impossible to see what it was supposed to contain. With a trembling breath, I pulled the box to a more illuminated space and, using a pocket knife, cut the tape binding it. The noise stopped as soon as I placed my hand on the lid. A heavy silence fell over the container, so dense I could feel its weight. Slowly, I lifted the lid and looked inside, expecting to find something, perhaps an animal that had accidentally gotten trapped. But there was nothing like that. Instead, I saw one of the mannequins, but not like the others I was transporting. This one looked different. Its eyes were open, very open, and there was an expression on its face that seemed like fear, almost human. It looked like it was trying to escape from the position in which it had been placed. I stepped back, my breath caught in my throat. It didn't make sense. Mannequins don't change expressions. They don't have emotions. but the light from my flashlight clearly revealed the terror on its face. Not wanting to stay there a second longer, I quickly closed the lid and pushed the box back to its place. My entire body was shaking as I closed the container and locked the padlock with more force than necessary. I returned to the truck's cabin, trying to push away thoughts of what I had seen. I started the engine and left the gas station as quickly as possible. I needed to put some distance between myself and that cargo, at least until I could deliver everything to Boston and forget what had happened. But as I drove down the snowy road, something else began to trouble me. I hadn't noticed it immediately because of the snowfall, but now that it had weakened, I could see it clearly in the rearview mirror. A thin line of dark traces trailing from my container, as if something inside was slowly seeping out. And another sound, not knocking, but something else. A quiet, almost inaudible whisper that seemed to grow louder with each mile passed. A whisper that sounded like my name. The road to Boston now seemed endless, and I felt that with each mile, I was moving away not only from Chicago, but from the safety of the real world, which I might never see again. In my mind, I was already promising myself that this would be my last assignment in this job. The last cargo, if I ever made it to Boston at all. My name is Mark. I've been driving big rigs across America for 15 years now, and I've grown accustomed to those long, lonely nights on the road. But what happened to me back in the summer of 1997 still gives me chills whenever I think about it. I was hauling a load from Chicago to Phoenix along the old Route 66. It was one of those perfect desert nights. Cool air flowing through the half-open window, a full moon hanging low in the sky, and stars scattered across the darkness like diamonds on black velvet. The dashboard lights cast a soft blue glow across the cabin, just enough to keep me company. I hadn't seen another vehicle for at least 2 hours. This stretch of highway cuts through some of the most isolated parts of the Southwest. And at 3 in the morning, it feels like you're the last person on Earth. Usually, I enjoy that solitude. I'd crank up some Merle Haggard or Johnny Cash on the tape deck, sip my coffee, and watch the white lines disappear beneath my wheels. That night should have been just like any other, nothing special. Just me and 18 wheels eating up the miles. I was making good time, hoping to get through Flagstaff before sunrise when the desert heat starts building up. I remember checking my mirrors and noticing something odd. At first, I thought it was just road fatigue playing tricks on my eyes. A shadow moving alongside my truck. Not behind it or in front, but right beside the cab, keeping perfect pace at 70 miles per hour. I rubbed my eyes and took another swig of lukewarm coffee from my thermos. The shadow was still there, floating as if gravity didn't apply to it. It had no source that I could see, no vehicle casting it, no clouds passing overhead in front of the moon. Just this dark silhouette gliding along the asphalt beside me. "You're seeing things, Mark," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the quiet cab. Time for another coffee break, but I didn't stop. Something kept my foot on the gas pedal, my eyes flicking between the road ahead and that strange shadow dancing at the edge of my vision. I turned up the radio, hoping to drown out my thoughts, but all I got was static. Not even the usual late-night talk shows that normally keep me company through the empty hours. The minutes stretched into what felt like hours. The shadow never left. When I accelerated to 80, it matched my speed effortlessly. When I slowed to 50, it remained right there beside me. I flicked on my high beams, illuminating the desert scrub and cacti that lined the roadside. But the shadow didn't disappear or change shape. It remained a featureless silhouette, like a cutout of a person that someone had forgotten to fill in. The worst part, it seemed to be getting closer, inch by inch, as if testing how near it could get before I noticed. I did notice, and I was terrified. My knuckles turned white against the steering wheel. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool night air. In all my years on the road, through blizzards in the Rockies, floods in the Midwest, and even a tornado scare in Oklahoma, I'd never felt fear like this before. I'm not a superstitious man, never put much stock in ghost stories. But out there, alone on Route 66 with nothing but desert for miles around, rational thought starts to slip away like sand through your fingers. Then something happened that nearly sent me off the road. The CB radio, which had been silent all night, crackled to life with a burst of static. Through the white noise came a voice, distant and distorted, like someone speaking through water. You see it too. I nearly jumped out of my skin. My hand hovered over the radio, trembling slightly before I picked up the receiver. Who's out there? I asked, my voice cracking. No response. Just more static, then silence. I glanced back at the shadow. Was it waving at me? The formless shape seemed to ripple, as if acknowledging that I'd finally engaged with it. The next hour was the longest of my life. The shadow stayed with me, sometimes drawing closer to the truck, sometimes drifting further away, but always there. The radio remained dead silent after that single, cryptic transmission. I tried everything to make sense of it. I even pulled over once, hands shaking as I stepped down from the cab with my flashlight. I swept the beam across the roadside, illuminating nothing but desert plants and rocks. But the moment I climbed back in and started moving, the shadow reappeared, as if it had been waiting patiently for me to continue our strange journey together. As I crossed into Arizona, the first hint of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. Pale blues and pinks pushed back against the night, and as they did, I noticed something changing. The shadow that had been my unwanted companion through the darkest hours began to fade. It didn't disappear all at once, but gradually thinned like morning mist, becoming transparent as sunlight strengthened. By the time the sun crested the horizon, painting the desert in gold and orange, the shadow was gone completely. The highway stretched out before me, empty and ordinary in the morning light. I pulled into the first truck stop I found and sat there for a long while, engine off, just breathing. The other drivers moving around the lot, filling their thermoses with coffee and exchanging road stories, had no idea what I'd just experienced. Later that day, when I delivered my load in Phoenix, I asked some of the local drivers if they'd ever experienced anything strange on that stretch of Route 66. One old-timer looked at me for a long moment before answering. That part of the desert, he said quietly, that's Navajo land. Old stories say there are skinwalkers out there, spirits that follow travelers, especially at night. He shrugged. But that's just talk, right? Just old stories. I never drove that stretch of highway at night again. I rearranged my routes, made excuses to dispatchers, even took pay cuts to avoid it. Some might call it superstition. Others might say I let my imagination run wild that night. But 26 years later, I still check my mirrors more often than I need to. And sometimes, just as the sun goes down and shadows begin to lengthen across the asphalt, I swear I can feel something watching me, waiting for the right moment to return. And the strangest thing, last week while passing through a truck stop in New Mexico, my CB crackled to life in the middle of the night. Through the static, I heard those same 4 words, "You see it too." I didn't answer. Some questions are better left unanswered on the long, dark road. I've driven through the Nevada desert countless times, but there's something about Route 19 that always keeps me guessing, especially after sunset, when the vast emptiness seems to come alive with shadows. That particular evening, I was hauling a load of electronics from Vegas to Salt Lake City. The summer heat had finally given way to a cool autumn night, and my old Peterbilt was eating up the miles under a moonless sky. The radio had long since faded to static, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the rhythmic hum of tires on asphalt. It started with a slight hesitation in the engine, nothing dramatic, just enough for a veteran driver like myself to notice. I pressed the accelerator, but instead of the usual surge of power, the truck coughed and sputtered like it was gasping for breath. Within seconds, the dashboard lights began to flicker, and I knew I had to pull over before I lost power completely. I eased the rig onto the shoulder and cut the engine. The silence that followed was absolute, the kind of quiet you only find in places far removed from civilization. I stepped out of the cab, and the cold desert air hit me like a slap. The temperature drops fast in these parts once the sun goes down, and I could already see my breath forming small clouds in front of my face. Grabbing my heavy-duty flashlight from the glove compartment, I popped the hood and started examining the engine. After 15 years on the road, I've learned a thing or two about keeping these beasts running, even if I'm no certified mechanic. I suspected it might be the alternator, or perhaps a loose connection somewhere in the electrical system. As I leaned in, adjusting wires and checking connections, a strange feeling crept over me, that unmistakable sensation of being watched. I straightened up and swept my flashlight beam across the empty highway and the vast expanse of desert scrub. Nothing but sagebrush and shadows stretching to the horizon. "Get it together, Mike," I muttered to myself, trying to shake off the unease. The desert plays tricks on your mind. Every trucker knows that. I forced my attention back to the engine, but that crawling sensation between my shoulder blades wouldn't subside. Then came a sound, faint but distinct, like footsteps crunching on gravel, somewhere behind the truck. I spun around, my heart suddenly pounding in my chest, and aimed the flashlight into the darkness. The beam cut through the night, but revealed nothing unusual. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding small against the vastness of the desert. No response, just that eerie silence again. I tried to convince myself it was just a coyote or maybe the wind moving the brush, but deep down, I knew it was something else. Something was out there, watching me from just beyond the reach of my light. I returned to the engine with renewed urgency, my fingers working faster now, checking connections, and testing the battery terminals. The cold was intensifying, seeping through my jacket and numbing my fingers. I needed to get this truck running and get the hell away from here. Just as I reconnected a loose wire, I felt it, a rush of frigid air brushing past me, as if someone had walked right by. The hairs on my arms stood on end, and I whirled around so fast I nearly lost my balance. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking slightly. The flashlight beam trembled in my hand as I scanned the surroundings. Still nothing. I decided to retrieve my phone from the cab, thinking I might be able to call for roadside assistance. But as expected, there wasn't a single bar of reception out here. Route 19 was notorious for its dead zones, one of the reasons many truckers avoided it at night. The isolation hit me hard then. I was at least 70 miles from the nearest town, and traffic on this stretch was almost non-existent after dark. If something happened to me out here, it might be days before anyone found me. I returned to the engine with grim determination. The mysterious presence seemed to grow stronger, not just a feeling anymore, but almost tangible, like someone breathing down my neck. I worked frantically, checking the fuel lines, the spark plugs, anything that might get me moving again. A loud snap echoed through the night, like a branch breaking underfoot, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs, and swept the flashlight across the desert in wide, panicked arcs. "I know someone's out there," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Show yourself," only silence answered me. Was I losing my mind? Was the loneliness of the road finally getting to me after all these years? I'd heard stories from other truckers, tales of hallucinations brought on by exhaustion and isolation. But this felt real, too real. With shaking hands, I made one final adjustment to the engine, praying it would be enough. I climbed back into the cab, locked the doors, and turned the key. The engine sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. I've never been so grateful to hear that rumbling sound. Before pulling back onto the highway, I looked in my mirrors and out the windows one last time. The desert appeared empty and innocent under the starlight, betraying nothing of what I'd just experienced. As I accelerated down the highway, watching the speedometer climb past 40, then 50, then 60 miles per hour, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been watching me was now following. Every few minutes I checked my mirrors, half expecting to see something or someone in pursuit. The further I drove, the more I tried to rationalize what had happened. Exhaustion, stress, an overactive imagination, fueled by too many late-night horror movies. All perfectly logical explanations. But logic offered little comfort as I sped through the night, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. After about an hour of driving, the lights of a small town appeared on the horizon like a mirage. Junction Creek. Population 817, according to the weather-beaten sign that welcomed me. I pulled into an all-night truck stop, where the fluorescent lights and sounds of other people felt like salvation. I sat in the diner section, warming my hands around a mug of coffee, trying to make sense of what had happened back there on Route 19. A few other truckers nodded hello, and I considered sharing my experience but stopped myself. Some stories are better left untold, especially when you can't explain them yourself. One thing's for certain, though, I've changed my route since then. These days, I take the longer interstate that adds 2 hours to my journey, but keeps me well away from that stretch of desert highway. Some might call it superstition, but when you felt what I felt that night, you don't take chances. Sometimes, when I'm driving late and the road ahead stretches empty before me, I still check my mirrors more often than necessary. And sometimes, just sometimes, I swear I can still feel those eyes watching me from somewhere in the darkness. My name is Carl, and I've been a long-haul trucker for more than 15 years, crossing the vast highways of America with heavy loads. I've always loved the freedom of the open road and the tranquility of driving through the night. But that particular journey changed everything for me. It was a dark and foggy night in the mountains of Colorado. I was returning home after a lengthy delivery, exhausted with my mind already focused on getting home to rest. The highway was deserted, just me, and the gentle swirling of the fog against my windshield. As I navigated a sharp bend, something caught my eye. A figure stood at the roadside, becoming visible in the glow of my headlights. At first, I thought it was just another stranded driver, maybe a fellow trucker with mechanical troubles. I slowed down to better assess the situation. When I switched to high beams, I could see the figure more clearly. It resembled an angel with enormous wings, but they were broken, hanging unnaturally around its body. Its appearance was haunting and pallid, as if it had emerged from a nightmare. The figure raised one hand, signaling for help. I felt conflicted. As an experienced trucker, I'd always believed in helping those stranded on the highways, but something about this vision left me deeply unsettled. Maybe it was fatigue or fear of the unknown, but I hesitated to stop. Even so, I couldn't just leave someone, or something, in that state alone in the fog. I reduced my speed even further, but something inside me screamed to keep driving and leave that scene behind. As I drew closer, I noticed the figure didn't move. It just remained stationary with an expression that seemed a mixture of pain and pleading. Its wings were visibly damaged, twisted in an unnatural way, and I began to feel chills running up my spine. That's when something strange happened. The figure opened its mouth and released a cry that sounded more like a lament, echoing across the empty highway. The intensity of the sound made me instinctively hit the accelerator, leaving the figure behind on the road. My heart was racing, and my hands were sweating as I drove rapidly, trying to distance myself from that disturbing scene. I couldn't get the image of the figure out of my mind. The silence was oppressive, and the darkness seemed heavier now. Despite having left the figure behind, the feeling of dread remained. I tried to calm myself, remembering that it could have been just a nightmare or a hallucination caused by exhaustion. But part of me knew something very strange was happening that night. After leaving the figure behind, I continued driving hastily, trying to get away from that disturbing encounter as quickly as possible. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, and I could feel the weight of the night surrounding me. But then something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the lights of my truck began to flicker and fail, leaving the road even darker than before. My attempts to turn the headlights back on didn't work, and I could barely see ahead. I was essentially driving blind, trying to keep the truck on the road. As I rounded a curve, I spotted a figure in the middle of the highway, the exact same figure I had seen before. I tried to swerve, but lost control of the truck, which veered off the road and crashed hard into a pine tree at the roadside. The collision was severe, but I was wearing my seat belt and fortunately wasn't seriously injured. When I recovered from the shock, I exited the truck and looked around, but saw no sign of the figure that had appeared in the middle of the road. Shaking and frightened, I began walking along the highway, hoping to find help. Sometime later, I was rescued by a passing motorist and taken to the hospital for medical attention. After the accident, I heard stories from other drivers who had also seen the figure of the angel with broken wings on the highway and suffered accidents similar to mine. What worried me most was discovering that none of the drivers who had stopped to help the figure had survived. I've avoided that stretch of highway ever since, and the fear from that encounter still haunts me at night. Many locals believe the highway angel is a curse, a vengeful entity seeking retribution on those who cross its path. Although I can't explain exactly what happened that night, I know I was one of the lucky few to escape with my life. My name is Lewis. I'm a trucker who spends a lot of time on America's highways, especially in the more remote and deserted regions of the Southwest. I've always heard rumors and legends about the three sisters, three ghostly women who appear on dark nights, asking for rides from unsuspecting drivers. The stories say they appear suddenly, always in groups of three, wearing white dresses with long hair. Some say the sisters have empty gazes and haunted expressions, while others claim they ask for help with whispering voices. Many road colleagues have told me frightening stories about this, but I always thought they were just rumors or inventions to scare people. After all, I've seen many strange things on the highways, but never experienced anything like these three sisters. The accounts vary, but everyone agrees on one thing. Whoever stops to help the three sisters is never seen again. This always made me cautious, and I learned to be careful when driving on highways at night. Despite this, curiosity was always present. What happens to those who stop to help? Are they just legends, or is there really something supernatural involving these sisters? These questions always accompanied me, but I never had the courage to try to discover the truth on my own. One night, I was driving my truck on a highway through a deserted region of Arizona. It was a cloudy night with no moon or visible stars, making the road even darker and quieter than usual. I was beginning to feel the fatigue of a long day's work, when suddenly I spotted something strange ahead. Three figures were standing by the roadside, apparently hitchhiking. As I approached, I realized they were women in white dresses, and I immediately knew who they were, the three sisters. My heart raced as I saw those shadowy figures and their empty expressions. They waved to me, asking for a ride, but remembering the stories, I decided to continue driving without stopping. I kept my eyes fixed on the road and took deep breaths to stay calm. In the rearview mirror, I could see the three sisters watching as I drove away. The stories said they could disappear as quickly as they appeared, but at that moment, I didn't care to look back. I continued driving, trying to push the images of the three sisters from my mind, but the shock was significant. I never imagined I would actually encounter the ghost sisters on the highway. After continuing to drive for some time, I thought I had left the three sisters behind. I tried to focus on driving and stay calm, but something felt wrong. The air was heavy with a sense of tension, as if I were being watched. Suddenly, to my horror, I spotted the three sisters again, further ahead on the road. They were standing beside the highway, in the direction I was heading. The shock was immense, because it made no sense for them to be there after I had driven so far. They still wore their white dresses, with loose hair and expressionless faces. The three sisters waved insistently for me to stop the truck. The atmosphere became even more sinister when I realized that the silence around me was absolute, as if the whole world had stopped. I knew I shouldn't stop, so I reduced speed just enough to pass them cautiously. I tried not to look directly at the sisters as I passed, but it was difficult not to feel their disturbing presence. As soon as I left them behind again, I accelerated the truck, trying to distance myself from them as much as possible. The fear was great, and the tense atmosphere made each mile seem longer than it really was. I didn't know if they would reappear again, so I remained alert, driving carefully and trying to stay awake to avoid any incidents on the road. The three sisters appeared on the road again, staring at me with their empty gazes. Even with fear dominating my thoughts, I decided to stop the truck to see what was happening. I thought that perhaps confronting them head-on might end it once and for all. I parked the truck beside the road and turned off the engine, silence taking over the environment. The sisters remained standing with outstretched hands, as if waiting for me to exit the vehicle. I decided to open the door and get out, even with my racing heart and heavy breathing. I slowly approached the three figures, but they didn't move. When I got closer, I noticed their eyes were dark and lifeless, as if they were looking directly into my soul. Suddenly, the three sisters began to murmur something in a language I couldn't understand. The atmosphere became even more somber, and I felt an intense chill run through my body. As the sisters murmured, I felt a heaviness in the air, a sinister presence that seemed to drain my energy. Before I could react, the three sisters suddenly disappeared in a cloud of mist. I was left alone on the highway, confused and shaken by what had just happened. I quickly returned to the truck and closed the door, trying to regain my composure. The situation had become even more frightening, and I wanted to leave. I started the truck and accelerated, leaving that nightmare behind. The sensation of having been marked by something supernatural didn't abandon me. I drove with trembling hands, trying to distance myself as much as possible from that cursed place. The headlights seemed to illuminate little of the road ahead, but I didn't want to slow down. I just wanted to get out of there. The murmurs of the three sisters still echoed in my mind, and that feeling of having been marked by the encounter with them wouldn't leave me in peace. As I drove, I tried to concentrate on the asphalt ahead and on heading toward the nearest town. After a few minutes, I allowed myself to look in the rearview mirror. To my surprise and relief, there was no sign of the three sisters. However, whatever they had done or said still haunted me. Finally, I spotted the entrance to a small town and felt immense relief as I passed through the portal of lights and saw people on the streets. I stopped at a gas station to breathe and recover. I needed a few minutes to calm down and understand that I had survived that terrible night. I talked with some truckers at the station, but nobody seemed to believe my story. They laughed at me and said I must have been too tired or that I had been daydreaming. I left there with a mixture of relief and unease, unable to fully understand what had happened. One thing was certain: that encounter changed my view of the highways forever. My name is Jack, and I was driving my truck along deserted roads one summer night when /content. I want to share this story about my father, who's been a long-haul trucker for as long as I can remember. He's always telling me about strange things that happen on the road, both paranormal and otherwise. This particular story, I believe, deserves to be heard because personally, it scared me more than any other, and it terrified my father too. More than just paranormal, it's something that could happen to anyone, because these kinds of people, these evil forces, lurk everywhere. People who practice dark magic and strange rituals. Believe it or not, my father still carries the fear that what I'm about to tell you caused him. It was back in the winter of 1997. My father was returning home after a 16-hour haul delivering industrial equipment to a mining operation in rural Montana. He had already driven about 9 of those 16 hours back. It was the dead of night, around 3 in the morning, when he came across a roadblock, not police, but a group of men who looked like they were up to no good. Dad immediately decided to turn around and take an alternate route that only he and a few other truckers knew about. It was an old logging trail that cut through dense forest, but eventually reconnected with the main highway several miles ahead. He was used to this kind of situation and always had a backup plan. The company gave strict delivery deadlines, and being late wasn't an option. So he took this shortcut I mentioned, which, in my opinion, is pretty terrifying on its own. I mean, driving into the middle of the woods, completely alone, in the pitch black of a Montana winter night. Not the smartest move. No offense to my dad, but we always scold him for putting himself in danger like that. But that's just how he is. He had made it about 2/3 of the way through the forest path when he noticed a glow in the distance. At first, he thought it might be a forest fire, but as he got closer, he realized it was too contained, a massive bonfire in a clearing just ahead. Despite his growing unease about finding such activity in the middle of nowhere at that hour, he continued driving. His initial thought was that it might be some campers or hunters trying to stay warm, because that night was bone-chillingly cold, with temperatures well below freezing. But as he drew nearer, he began to make out several figures surrounding the fire. Women. They were throwing things into the flames. At first, he couldn't quite see what they were tossing in, but as he got closer, moving slowly now, headlights dimmed, he was horrified to realize they were live animals. My father was completely terrified by what he was witnessing and stopped the truck dead in its tracks. He was torn should he turn back, retracing the entire trail, and risk encountering the suspicious men at the roadblock. Or should he try to somehow get past this disturbing scene ahead? He just sat there, watching these women who, according to him, were laughing hysterically as they committed this atrocity. It was truly horrifying. They were all dressed in long white gowns that seemed to glow in the firelight, making them look almost spectral. Dad couldn't count exactly how many, but he estimates there were around 12 of them. They would celebrate each time they threw a poor living creature into the flames. Then they joined hands and began contorting their bodies in strange, macabre ways while chanting something in a language he couldn't recognize. At this point, my father decided he would barrel past them at full speed. He didn't want to turn back. But just as he stepped on the accelerator, one of them suddenly turned and looked directly at his truck. He says her face was hideous, unnaturally pale with enormous eyes that seemed to burn with fury and malevolence. Not human eyes at all. She screamed to alert the others, and suddenly all of them began sprinting toward his truck. Since he was driving an 18-wheeler loaded with cargo, he didn't have time to maneuver. He slammed the truck into reverse and backed up as fast as he dared while watching these women running after him, clearly intent on doing something terrible. He described their appearance as deeply disturbing. They appeared elderly, with gray hair flying wildly around their faces. Yet they moved with the speed and agility of young athletes despite their hunched postures. My father wasn't sure how long he'd been backing up, praying no vehicle would come behind him since reversing was so difficult, when suddenly they just stopped pursuing him. When he finally felt safe, he turned around and made his way back to the highway, having experienced the biggest scare of his life. We're certain they were witches or people performing some kind of dark ritual. And thinking about it, how many people might be doing these kinds of things during the night in deserted places? Evil truly is everywhere, and that was a lesson my father learned in the worst possible way. He never took that shortcut again. And here's the strangest part. When he mentioned this incident to other truckers who used that same trail, 3 of them had similar stories, each occurring during winter months, always around the midpoint of the trail, always involving women in white. But none of the others had seen what was being thrown into the fire. Perhaps my father was the only one who got close enough to see. To this day, nearly 30 years later, my father still refuses to drive after midnight through Montana. He'll pull over and sleep in his cab until dawn rather than risk encountering whatever evil awaits in those woods. And whenever I think about taking shortcuts through unfamiliar territory, I remember his story and decide that sometimes the longer route is the safer one. Evil doesn't just exist in horror movies or ghost stories. Sometimes it's gathered around a bonfire in the middle of nowhere, waiting for unfortunate travelers to stumble upon its midnight rituals. I can finally share this story with all of you. I should clarify that it isn't mine. It belongs to my father, who was a long-haul trucker before retiring a few years back. I remember the day he came home, looking deeply shaken. We hadn't heard from him in almost a week, which wasn't unusual given his cross-country routes that often kept him away from home for extended periods. My sister and I rushed to embrace him as always, but my mother immediately sensed something was off. "How was the trip?" she asked, studying his troubled expression. "And what's got you looking like you've seen a ghost?" That's when he told us. The outbound journey had been smooth sailing, but something happened on his return that he still couldn't rationalize. He explained that he was driving down Route 17, heading back from Portland to Denver on a crisp autumn night in 2008. The mountains were shadowy silhouettes against a moonless sky when he noticed headlights in his rearview mirror. A semi-truck was following unusually close behind him. Dad was pulling a double trailer loaded with electronics, while the truck behind had a single refrigerated unit. He flashed his lights, signaling for the driver to pass. But instead, the truck behind started blaring its horn repeatedly. I tried to speed up, Dad told us, his voice still unsteady as he recounted the tale, thinking maybe he needed to get somewhere in a hurry. But no matter how I adjusted my speed, this truck kept pace exactly, refusing to pass. What confused him most was why the other driver wouldn't overtake him. This stretch of Route 17 was recently expanded to 3 lanes in each direction, and there was virtually no traffic that night, just the 2 of them on that lonely mountain pass. I did everything I could think of, he continued. I slowed down to 45, then sped up to 75. I flashed my lights. I even tried radioing to see if I could make contact. Nothing worked. This truck just stayed alongside me, matching my every move. The situation became increasingly dangerous as they approached Widow's Curve, a notorious hairpin turn with a 1,000-foot drop on the outer edge. No guardrail had ever been installed there, because the mountain face was too unstable for proper anchoring. Local drivers knew to slow to 25 miles per hour there, even in perfect conditions. Dad started honking frantically as they approached the curve, knowing it was suicide to try taking it side by side. Then, just as they entered the curve, the other truck suddenly accelerated, veered right, and launched straight over the edge of the cliff. I nearly lost control myself, Dad said. I managed to stop about 50 yards past the curve and grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from the glove compartment. I ran back to the edge, heart pounding, expecting to see flames or wreckage below. What he saw, or rather didn't see, was what truly terrified him. There was nothing there. The ravine wasn't particularly deep at that point, maybe 150 feet, and with his powerful flashlight, he could clearly see the entire area. No truck, no wreckage, no disturbed earth or broken trees. Nothing to suggest a massive vehicle had just plummeted over the edge. He stood there for several minutes, bewildered, unsure whether to call emergency services. What would he even report? Finally, he hurried back to his truck and continued driving, eager to put distance between himself and Widow's Curve. Strangely enough, other vehicles began passing him shortly after. A couple of drivers even pulled alongside to ask if he needed assistance, noticing his hazards were still flashing. He declined help, not wanting to sound like he'd lost his mind. Once he felt calm enough to use his hands-free device, he called his buddy Mac, another trucker and one of his closest friends. Dad recounted everything that had just happened, his voice still trembling. After a long silence, Mac shared something chilling. "You're not the first, Joe. I didn't believe it either until now." He explained that other drivers had reported nearly identical experiences on that same stretch of Route 17. The stories all traced back to an incident from the late 80s when 2 truckers, former friends turned bitter rivals, had been racing dangerously through the mountains. One of them, a driver named Carson Willis, took Widow's Curve too fast and went over the edge. His body was recovered, but strangely, parts of his truck were never found despite an extensive search. Since then, numerous drivers have reported being challenged by a phantom semi with a refrigerated trailer, Carson's signature rig, that appears on foggy or moonless nights. the ghostly truck would pace them, seemingly goading them to race before vanishing or appearing to crash at the exact spot where Carson met his end. I always thought it was just another trucker ghost story, Mac admitted. Something to keep newcomers on edge during their first mountain run. But now that you've seen it too, Dad told us he didn't stop anywhere after that, not even at his usual rest areas. He drove straight through, fueled by adrenaline and fear, desperate to get home to us. After an experience like that, all he wanted was to be surrounded by family. I believe in these paranormal occurrences, especially on highways and mountain passes. When you think about it, these places have witnessed countless tragedies. Some souls never find peace, and others might not even realize they've crossed over to another plane of existence. What's most unsettling isn't just what my father saw that night, it's what he felt. He swears that in the moments before the truck vanished over the edge, he caught a glimpse of the driver through the side window. He didn't mention this part until years later, but he says the other driver was smiling and gesturing for him to follow. Sometimes when I'm driving along a deserted stretch of highway at night, I find myself checking my mirrors a little more frequently than necessary. Because out there, between the lonely mileposts and faded yellow lines, the boundaries between our world and whatever lies beyond seem just a little thinner than anywhere else. My name is Jackson, and this story was told to me by my late grandfather. It was something terrifying that happened to him and his buddy while they were driving their semi-truck through the Appalachian Mountains back in the 70s. This happened many years ago, but Grandpa would tell this story at every family gathering. The event left him so shaken and disturbed that it took him several years to fully recover. He said they were casually chatting while driving late into the night. He couldn't remember the exact time. The mountain road was pitch black, illuminated only by the truck's headlights cutting through the darkness. Suddenly, they entered a stretch where it was pouring rain with incredible force. This struck them as odd because they always checked the weather conditions before hitting the road, and there was no forecast for rain in that region. But weather in the mountains is unpredictable, so they proceeded slowly and with extreme caution. All of a sudden, my grandfather noticed his buddy's demeanor change dramatically. One minute he was laughing and talking nonstop, and the next, his expression shifted completely. He began frantically telling my grandfather, who was driving, that he urgently needed to use the bathroom, and begged him to pull over somewhere so he could quickly step out. My grandfather explained that stopping was impossible. They were in an area with steep cliffs on one side and a sheer drop on the other. There was nowhere safe to pull over, and the rain was coming down so hard that it would be dangerous for anyone to step outside. There was also the risk of another vehicle coming around the bend and not being able to stop in time on the wet road. Grandpa told his friend to hold on until they cleared that treacherous section, and the downpour eased up a bit. But his friend became increasingly desperate, practically begging my grandfather to stop the truck anywhere possible, saying he couldn't hold it any longer and pleading for him to pull over somewhere, anywhere. Grandpa was growing irritated with the persistent demands, as if his friend couldn't comprehend the danger of the situation. Even while ignoring his friend's pleas, my grandfather was becoming uncomfortable with his insistence, not understanding why his mood had changed so abruptly. When they finally exited that stretch of road, the rain had lightened somewhat, and Grandpa pulled the 18-wheeler onto the shoulder so his friend could finally relieve himself. However, he was completely taken aback when his buddy asked him to come along. Grandpa joked with a few choice words and told his friend to go alone, as if he'd actually leave him there. But seeing the genuine fear in his friend's expression, he decided to step out with him. He recounted that when they climbed down, his friend pulled him away from the truck and whispered that there had been someone else in the cab the entire time. This presence had been watching them through the rearview mirror, sitting directly behind my grandfather, which was why he couldn't see it. His friend described it as a shadowy silhouette with enormous eyes and an unnaturally wide, gleaming white smile that had been observing them the whole time. My grandfather, entirely skeptical, simply laughed in his face and headed back to the truck to investigate, thinking his friend was playing some elaborate prank. But when he climbed the steps to enter the passenger side, he discovered muddy footprints. Grandpa said they resembled tracks left by some enormous bird, about the size of a turkey vulture. Upon entering the truck, he immediately switched on the light and found something like ashes scattered across the entire sleeper berth. This was inexplicable because when they had started their journey, everything had been spotlessly clean, and the sheets on the bed were crisp white as always. He called to his friend that it was safe to come back. There was nobody there. However, he showed him the footprints and the mysterious ash that covered the area. Both men were terrified, but continued their journey nonetheless. When they reached their destination, as dawn was breaking, his friend, who occasionally borrowed the truck for his own hauling jobs, confessed something he hadn't mentioned out of embarrassment. The previous week, when my grandfather had lent him the truck, he had picked up a hitchhiker, a woman who claimed to be a root worker from deep in the Ozarks. The woman had demanded an exorbitant sum of money when he dropped her off, and when he refused to pay, she threatened him, saying something terrible would happen to him. He had dismissed her warnings at the time. My grandfather was deeply disturbed. On one hand, he was angry at what his friend had done with his truck. On the other hand, he wasn't sure if he believed in such things, but he couldn't explain what had happened to them that night. Perhaps the woman had mistakenly thought the truck belonged to his friend and had placed some kind of curse on it. Despite his skepticism, Grandpa sought out a local preacher he knew and had the truck blessed. Nothing unusual happened after that, at least not in the truck. However, his friend later told him that he began experiencing frightening phenomena at home. He would see shadowy figures lurking in the corners of his house and felt unexplainable chills that wouldn't subside. Many nights he would wake suddenly with indescribable terror gripping him. But that wasn't all. 3 months later, something even more disturbing occurred. His friend fell severely ill without any warning signs, and within a week, he passed away. This doesn't necessarily mean the root worker was responsible, but it was extraordinarily strange and coincidental, especially since his friend was only 45 years old and had always been in excellent health. It's something we'll never fully understand, but I'll leave it for you to decide what really happened on that stormy mountain road in the dead of night. My name is Mike, and I want to share with you a chilling story that happened to me during a long haul through the Appalachians. I've been a long-haul truck driver for 15 years and have seen a lot on America's roads. That night, my partner Jason was with me. We often travel together on long distances. That way, we can split the hours behind the wheel, making these endless journeys more bearable. It was late fall November, when days grow shorter and nights colder. We were driving on a mountain road in West Virginia. It was around 11 at night, heavy rain drumming on the cab's roof, and visibility was terrible. The truck's headlights barely penetrated the curtain of rain and thick fog that hung over the road. We were passing through one of those winding mountain passes when we noticed flashing lights ahead. I slowed down and we saw absolute chaos. Several ambulances, police cars with their lights flashing, rescue workers in bright vests bustling around. It looked like a tour bus had lost control on the slippery road and overturned, flying off the shoulder. I kept my eyes straight ahead, trying not to look at the accident scene. I always avoid such scenes. They stay in your memory for a long time and haunt your dreams. But Jason, on the contrary, couldn't look away. He stared out the window, watching as rescuers worked with victims, as some lay covered on the ground. I heard him quietly muttering a prayer. When we finally drove past the accident site, the atmosphere in the cab became oppressive. The rain intensified, turning into a genuine downpour. Usually, Jason and I talk a lot about family, sports, politics, anything to stay awake. But that evening, we were both silent. I felt a heavy energy, as if something dark and cold had crept into our cab along with us. God, what a nightmare! Jason finally broke the silence. I counted at least 7 bodies. Seems like it was a school trip or something. There were children. I didn't want to discuss it and just nodded. We continued driving in silence. About half an hour after the accident, Jason fell asleep, leaning his head against the window. I was left alone with the road, the rain, and my thoughts. 45 minutes after passing the disaster site, I noticed something ahead on the road. At first, I thought it might be wildlife, maybe a deer. But when the beam of the headlights caught the figure, I realized it was a person waving their arms, trying to stop passing vehicles. I automatically began to brake. We were on a deserted stretch of highway, without any houses nearby, and the temperature had dropped to almost 0. You can't leave someone in such conditions in the middle of the night, especially in such rain. As the distance between us shortened, I could see it was a young woman, possibly college-aged. She was dressed in what once was a white blouse and dark skirt, but now her clothes were dirty, torn, and soaked through. Her dark hair clung to her face and her eyes. Even from a distance, there was something strange about her gaze. I woke Jason up and told him I was going to pick up a girl who seemed to be in trouble. He drowsily nodded and straightened in his seat, rubbing his eyes. I had almost stopped, and now I could see the girl clearly. She stood motionless in the pouring rain, not trying to take shelter or protect herself from the weather, just staring directly at us. Her face was pale, with dark circles under her eyes, and a large bruise visible on her cheek. That's when Jason, who had finally gotten a good look at the figure on the road, grabbed my arm with such force that it hurt. "Don't stop, Mike. Keep driving." Faster, his voice sounded panicked. "What? Are you crazy? We can't leave her here," I protested, still keeping my foot on the brake. That girl, she was there at the accident site. I saw her, Mike. I swear to you, she was among the dead. I definitely remember her face, that blouse. They covered her body with a black bag as we drove by. The moment these words were spoken, something changed in the girl's gaze. She stared directly at us, but now her eyes were completely black without whites. Her head slowly tilted to the side at an unnatural angle, and she smiled. It wasn't a normal smile. Her mouth stretched too wide, revealing too many teeth. Cold horror pierced me to the bone. I pressed the gas so hard that our 18-wheeler monster lurched forward, nearly veering off the road. As we rushed past her, I involuntarily glanced in the side mirror and saw that she had turned to watch us leave. She didn't move, didn't try to chase us, just stood in the downpour, watching as we drove away. And the strangest thing, the rain was falling around her, but not on her. She stood in a small, dry circle in the middle of the highway, as if the water didn't dare touch her. We drove another 50 miles before daring to stop at a gas station. Neither of us spoke a word the entire time. Jason was trembling, although it was warm in the cab, and I was gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles turned white. At the gas station, we called the police and reported what we had seen. The officer listened to us with a skeptical expression, but still sent a patrol to check that section of road. Later we learned that the patrol found no one, although they drove the entire road back and forth. A week later, when I finally mustered the courage to search for information about that accident, I learned that among the victims was a college student who was returning from an excursion with others. Her photo was in the local newspaper. It was her, the same girl we saw on the road that rainy night. I've driven that route many times since, but I always choose a different path when I have to pass by that place. Jason refused those routes altogether. He says he still sees her in his dreams, standing in the rain that can't wet her, smiling her eerie smile. Sometimes, late at night, when I'm driving on an empty road and rain is tapping on the roof of my truck, I can't help but think about her. And I always check my rearview mirrors more often than necessary, because the worst thing that could happen is seeing a pale face with black eyes looking at you from the back seat with that horrible smile. Before landing my cushy office job in Austin, I worked as a delivery driver for a small shipping company in rural Nevada. The pay was decent, and I mostly enjoyed the work, but there were definitely some moments that made me question my career choices. It was the fall of 2008, about 3 years after I dropped out of college. I was working the late shift, from 4 in the afternoon until midnight on a Friday. We were in that strange part of autumn where the days grow shorter faster than you expect, and darkness had already settled in by 7 o'clock. I wasn't working in some fancy suburb or bustling downtown area. I was covering routes in forgotten towns scattered across the desert, places that never quite made it onto tourist maps, but weren't completely abandoned either. The area wasn't exactly dangerous, but it wasn't somewhere you'd want your car to break down after dark. I made deliveries to these areas regularly. The housing situation was peculiar. You'd have stretches of road with weathered mobile homes and small ranch houses spaced far apart. Then entire sections with nothing but empty lots and abandoned foundations. It made for inefficient delivery runs, since the houses were so spread out that each stop took longer than it should have. Each day's deliveries were mapped out strategically, so I could take the most efficient route rather than zigzagging across town in some random pattern. The company was big on efficiency, but there was only so much you could do with such scattered addresses. After countless hours of deliveries that day, driving through 3 different small towns dropping off packages, I turned down a road in one of those sparsely populated areas I mentioned earlier. On one side stood occasional trailers and small houses set far back from the road. On the other side was nothing but scrubland dotted with Joshua trees that cast eerie shadows in my headlights. It was around 9:30, and my shift was winding down with just a few deliveries left. There was an isolated trailer at the end of this road, and the package required a signature, which meant I couldn't just leave it on the porch and drive away. I pulled up in front of the place, went to the back of my truck, and grabbed what was easily the heaviest box of the day. Whatever was inside clinked and shifted like metal parts, dozens of them, sliding against each other. I couldn't begin to guess what it contained, but my job was just to get it signed for and delivered. The trailer had no doorbell, so I had to knock. I didn't see any lights on inside, and there was no car in what passed for a driveway, so I wasn't optimistic about anyone being home. I knocked firmly a few times, then noticed a curtain move slightly in one of the windows. I heard footsteps approaching the door, followed by a long pause, an unsettlingly long pause before it finally opened. An older woman poked her head out cautiously, her expression somewhere between suspicious and anxious. When I explained she had a package that needed her signature, she finally opened the door completely. She seemed fidgety as I asked her to sign on my electronic pad. Her signature was just a hasty scrawl. She then told me I would need to help carry the box to her back room. I'd been half expecting this request, given how frail she appeared and how heavy the package was. The moment I stepped inside that trailer, I was hit with a powerful stench. Every home has its own distinct smell, good or bad, but this one was particularly foul. I couldn't pinpoint what was causing it. She led me through a cluttered living area toward the back of the trailer. She guided me down a narrow hallway where I struggled to maneuver the bulky box, then stopped at a door. She opened it and told me to place the package in the closet at the far end of the room. I asked her to turn on the light, but she claimed it was broken. The room was almost completely dark, with the only illumination coming from the living room light filtering down the hallway. I could barely see enough to navigate safely. I entered cautiously, straining my eyes to adjust to the darkness. I was halfway across the room, approaching the closet, when in the shadows I made out a human figure standing in the corner of the closet. I was certain it was a person. I could make out the distinctive silhouette, and I saw movement as they shifted position. There was no logical explanation. This person was clearly hiding, waiting for me to come closer. With adrenaline surging through my body, I quickly set the box on the floor and started backing out of the room. I hurried past the woman and muttered something like, "Have a good night." She started shouting for me to come back and help her, even calling me some choice names that I won't repeat. I don't know what that woman and the person hiding in the closet had planned, and I didn't stick around to find out. I finished my shift that night, drove straight home. And by sunrise the next morning, I was already updating my resume and searching for a safer job, preferably one that didn't involve entering strangers' homes after dark. 2 weeks later, I saw a news report about an assault on a pizza delivery driver in the same area. They described a similar setup, and although they didn't give the exact address, I knew in my gut it was the same place. Sometimes I still wonder what was actually in that heavy box I delivered, and what might have happened if I hadn't noticed that figure lurking in the darkness. I've been working in an office for 7 years now, and I've never once regretted leaving that delivery job behind. Some nights, though, I still wake up thinking about that closet and what was waiting inside. I've been working as a long-haul trucker for different companies for over 15 years now. About 5 years ago, I was making deliveries for a distribution company based out of northern Montana. I was driving an 18-wheeler with a full trailer load, heading through the winding mountain passes that cut through the Rockies. It was June 23rd, a muggy Wednesday night. Summer had just begun, but in the mountains, the night still carried a biting chill. I had a tight deadline with several shipments that needed to be delivered before the weekend hit. So I was pushing myself to cover as much ground as possible. I started my drive around 5 in the afternoon, planning to reach my destination that same night. I really didn't want to make an overnight stop if I could help it. These mountain roads were lonely enough during the day. Sometime after 3 in the morning, I found myself pushing 15 miles over the speed limit, which is dangerously fast for a fully loaded semi on those twisting roads. I was getting exhausted, but I was only about 40 minutes from my destination and convinced myself I could make it without stopping. My eyelids were growing heavier by the minute, making it a struggle to keep them open. I splashed some coffee from my thermos onto my fingers and rubbed it on my face, which helped wake me up just enough to keep going. My truck was the only vehicle on that stretch of highway at that hour. Nothing but the cone of my headlights cutting through the absolute darkness of the wilderness. I remember it with perfect clarity. I was reaching for my thermos for another swig when I nearly choked, slamming on the brakes as I spotted a dark figure in the road up ahead, rapidly coming into view as my high beams caught it. As the truck decelerated, almost coming to a complete stop, I got a better look at this person standing almost in the center of the highway. The figure appeared to be wearing some kind of charcoal gray coat, with an unusually large collar wrapped around their neck. What struck me most was the person's neck. It was disturbingly long, stretched in a way that seemed almost inhuman. I know that's a strange detail to fixate on, but it was so elongated that it was genuinely unsettling. The face, though, the face was completely blurred, like looking through frosted glass. I couldn't make out a single feature. As my truck slowed and approached this mysterious stranger, I was about to lower my window to ask if they needed help, but they suddenly pivoted to their left and sprinted toward the dense pine forest at the edge of the road. In that moment, I didn't think too deeply about how strange the encounter was. I just hit the gas and continued on my way, eager to finish my route. To be honest, it was about 30 seconds later when my heart really started pounding. That's when the reality of how bizarre that situation had been truly hit me. About 10 minutes passed, and I was starting to calm down when suddenly something else happened. While cruising at high speed again, I spotted something moving on the road ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer or an elk, but as I got closer and the thing darted into the tree line, I realized it looked human-shaped. I didn't even touch the brakes this time. I just maintained my speed and kept going. I continued down the highway and even pressed the accelerator a bit harder, as I was becoming increasingly uneasy and wanted to reach my destination faster. But my fatigue was getting worse, and a few times I drifted into the oncoming lane without realizing it. With about 30 minutes of driving left, I wasn't sure if I could safely complete the journey. I began looking for somewhere suitable to pull over, and eventually spotted a small gravel turnout beside the highway, one of those designated rest areas for tired drivers. I guided my rig into the space, set the parking brake, reclined my seat, and closed my eyes. I couldn't have slept for more than 45 minutes before suddenly jolting awake in the pitch darkness. I still can't pinpoint exactly what woke me, but the moment my eyes opened, something inside me was screaming to turn on the lights. I switched on the headlights, and they illuminated the area in front of my truck. There was someone, standing directly in front of my vehicle. It was the same figure with the strange collar I'd spotted in the middle of the highway. But now, I could see the face more clearly. They had an impossibly wide smile that stretched far beyond normal human proportions, and their eyes were opened as wide as physically possible. They stared directly at me through the windshield. With my heart nearly exploding out of my chest, I started the engine and peeled out of that gravel turnout as fast as my rig would allow. I couldn't make sense of it. How could this person have traveled 15 miles from where I'd first seen them? It wasn't possible unless they had a vehicle, but I hadn't seen any other cars on the road. I didn't stop again that night until I reached my destination. When I arrived, I fell asleep in the parking lot and woke up early the following morning, as the sun was just beginning to crest over the eastern mountains. Upon waking, the only logical explanation I could come up with was that my exhausted mind had played tricks on me. I'd seen several strange things that night, but I'd never heard that fatigue-induced hallucinations could be so vivid and terrifying. I've never experienced anything like it since, and the fact that it seemed so real is what continues to haunt me to this day. Sometimes when I'm driving those same mountain passes at night, I find myself scanning the tree line, wondering if that figure with the impossibly long neck and stretched smile is watching from somewhere in the darkness, waiting for another chance to appear in front of my headlights. What troubles me most is the question that keeps me awake on those long night drives. What would have happened if I had actually stopped and gotten out of my truck? I've been a long-haul trucker since I was 22 years old. Throughout my career, I've driven countless miles during the night shift, and naturally, I've experienced some bizarre things along the way. I used to make deliveries for several different companies, often crossing through multiple states to complete my routes. One particular evening in late autumn of '97, I needed to transport a shipment of specialized medical equipment across the Appalachian Mountains. Much of the journey wound through isolated mountain roads, cutting through dense forests with hardly any signs of civilization. The trip was estimated to take several hours, and I had already fallen behind schedule before even starting out. I knew most of my driving would be in darkness. The mountain roads were treacherous at night, but they were also empty, which allowed me to drive a bit faster than usual. As I rounded a sharp curve, my headlights caught the reflection of hazard lights blinking ahead. I had to slam on my brakes hard, feeling the weight of the truck strain against the sudden deceleration. As I carefully pulled over behind a vehicle parked on the narrow shoulder next to a steep drop-off. It was one of those vintage muscle cars from the 70s, a Pontiac Firebird with its hazard lights flashing rhythmically. I climbed down from my cab because I wanted to check if someone needed help. I walked up to the car and knocked on the driver's window. No response. I bent down slightly to peer through the tinted windows, but couldn't see anyone sitting inside. I checked all the windows and confirmed the car was empty. Then I surveyed the dark, misty forest surrounding us. The fog was so thick, I couldn't see more than 40 feet ahead of me. I was feeling particularly compassionate that night and genuinely wanted to help. So I returned to my truck and grabbed a flashlight from the toolbox beneath the passenger seat. It was one of those tactical flashlights, with a beam so powerful it could temporarily blind you if you looked directly into it. As soon as I switched on the flashlight, its beam revealed what appeared to be an old diner set back from the road. Somehow I hadn't noticed it before, perhaps because the parking lot was overgrown with weeds and saplings, blending seamlessly with the forest. I could barely make out the cracked asphalt beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. The abandoned structure was weathered and decrepit, with a faded neon sign that must have once beckoned travelers to stop for a hot meal. In that moment, it made sense to me that the owner of the Firebird with flashing hazards was probably somewhere inside the diner. I approached the front entrance, where the door hung precariously from a single hinge. My flashlight illuminated the interior, confirming my suspicions. This had indeed been a classic roadside diner, complete with a long counter, swivel stools, and torn vinyl booths lining the windows. It wasn't surprising that such an establishment hadn't survived on this remote mountain pass, with so little traffic. I called out, asking if anyone was there, announcing that I was willing to help. My voice echoed slightly in the empty space, sending a chill down my spine. Then I heard something from the far end of the diner, a sound like leather shoes scuffing against the linoleum floor. The noise was coming from behind what used to be the serving counter, where plates of hot food would have once been passed from kitchen to wait staff. I called out again, offering assistance if needed. That's when I heard a deep, raspy whisper that said, "Leave this place." I clearly understood the words, but couldn't fathom why this person would say that. I also heard heavy, labored breathing coming from one of the corners. That was enough to send me hurrying back toward my truck. Just as I reached the door, I heard another sound that froze my blood. A woman's muffled scream from inside the diner. I was completely disoriented for several seconds, uncertain if what I'd heard was real. There was something unnatural about the sounds. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. I sprinted to my truck and called the police because, truthfully, I was too frightened to go back inside. The dispatcher asked for my exact location, but all I could say was that I was beside an abandoned diner on a mountain road somewhere between Oak Ridge and Pinecrest. They asked me to stay on the line so I could provide more details about my location. Suddenly, the Firebird in front of me roared to life and accelerated away, tires squealing on the wet pavement. I was so disoriented that I hadn't even noticed when someone got into the car. It was dark, and I was distracted by the phone call. I ran back to the diner to see if anyone else was still there, keeping the police on the line. I went to the back area where I'd heard the voice and breathing. I froze when I saw a puddle of fresh blood on the floor and what looked like drag marks leading toward the kitchen. I could only imagine the gruesome details of what had happened there. I told the dispatcher that I had likely just witnessed a crime. Eventually, the police sent several patrol cars to the location. They questioned me about any information that might be useful, the car's license plate, the suspect's appearance, and so on. All I could tell them was that the car was an older model Firebird, dark in color, possibly burgundy or black in the dim light, and that I'd heard a male voice telling me to leave, followed by a woman screaming as I was exiting. There was no body left behind, but I had my theories about what had happened. The police collected evidence and blood samples, but I couldn't contribute much more to the investigation. Unfortunately, I didn't have a dash cam in my truck that would have captured the license plate, but I ordered and installed one the very next week. This was certainly one of those rare, once-in-a-lifetime experiences that will haunt me for years to come. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, hearing that whisper telling me to leave, and wondering what would have happened if I had stayed. What troubles me most isn't the blood I found, or even the scream I heard. It's that when the police ran tests on the blood samples, they told me the blood wasn't human. And according to local records, that diner had burned down in a devastating fire more than 30 years ago, with all the patrons still inside. My name is Jack, and I've been a delivery driver for the past 12 years, mostly covering overnight routes through the mountain highways of Colorado. When you spend that much time on empty roads in the dead of night, you're bound to experience some strange encounters. Lone hitchhikers appearing out of nowhere, unexplained lights in distant valleys, even the occasional wildlife crossing that makes your heart stop. But nothing compares to what happened during one of my trips about 3 years ago, in the middle of November. I was driving along Highway 67, a long and desolate stretch that winds through dense forest and past abandoned mining towns. After sunset, that route becomes a different world entirely. You can drive for dozens of miles without seeing another vehicle, just your headlights cutting through the darkness and the occasional glimpse of yellow eyes reflecting back from the tree line. That night it was around 3 a.m, and I was staying alert by listening to a late-night talk radio show about conspiracy theories, something to keep my mind engaged on the empty road. The highway stretched out before me, completely deserted. No cars ahead, no headlights in my mirrors. Just me and the endless ribbon of asphalt. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, a car appeared behind me. It was a silver sedan, maybe a Lexus or an Audi, and it was approaching at alarming speed. I remember thinking the driver must be drunk or racing to some emergency. The car weaved slightly as it got closer, then steadied itself in the left lane to pass me. That's when I saw her, the woman in the passenger seat. Her face was unnaturally pale, almost luminescent under the glow of the dashboard lights. Her eyes were wide open, fixed on mine without blinking as the car glided alongside mine. Her mouth was slightly parted, as if she was trying to speak, but couldn't form the words. I glanced at the driver, but could only make out a dark silhouette gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Then, in an instant, the car accelerated and vanished into the darkness ahead. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Strange things happen on the road at night. People drive erratically. Passengers do weird things. I told myself she was probably just tired, maybe even messing around. But something about her face stayed with me. It wasn't just fear in her expression. It was something deeper, like she was desperately trying to communicate a warning. I continued driving, attempting to shake off the uncomfortable feeling. Maybe 20 minutes passed when I again saw headlights in my rearview mirror. The same silver sedan passed me in exactly the same manner. But this time the woman's face was different, still frozen in fear. But her mouth was open wider, as if she was silently screaming. And just like before, the car accelerated and disappeared into the night. At that moment, I was fully awake, my hands clenching the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. There was no way I had imagined this twice. I slowed down and scanned the road ahead, expecting to see the car stopped or perhaps crashed in a ditch. Nothing. Another 25 minutes went by. The radio had turned to static, which I realized I'd been listening to without noticing. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see those headlights again, but the road remained empty. Just when I was beginning to convince myself it was all over, the headlights reappeared. This time the sedan didn't pass me. It stayed back, just close enough for me to barely make out its shape through the darkness. I couldn't ignore this anymore. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I felt ridiculous saying it, but I explained what was happening. A silver sedan had passed me twice with the same terrified woman in the passenger seat, and now it appeared to be following me. The dispatcher remained calm and asked for my location, which I provided. Sir, we have no reports of any vehicle matching that description on your route tonight. That didn't mean much in such a remote area, but it unsettled me nonetheless. She instructed me to continue driving to the next town, where an officer would be waiting. I thanked her, hung up, and glanced in the mirror again. The car was gone. It hadn't pulled over or slowed down. It had simply vanished. I continued driving, checking my mirrors every few seconds for the next several miles. Nothing. When I reached a gas station in a small town called Pine Ridge, I pulled over to catch my breath. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a single trucker refueling his rig. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and wood smoke from nearby cabins. It seemed safe. I called dispatch again and informed them I was taking a short break. Then, out of paranoia, I asked the station attendant if he'd seen a silver sedan pass by recently. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not in the last 4 or 5 hours, no. I didn't respond, just nodded. I paid for my coffee and returned to my truck. I completed my route without further incidents, but throughout the journey, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone in the vehicle, as if someone was watching me from just outside my peripheral vision. The next morning, I searched for news about a missing woman or an accident along Highway 67. Nothing, not a single report. I don't know what I saw that night. Maybe it was a trick of exhaustion. Maybe a bizarre coincidence of a car passing me twice with a scared passenger. But a part of me, a significant part, believes that woman was trying to tell me something. And I simply drove on, never discovering what it was. The worst experience I ever had happened in 2008, when I was working as part of a two-person driving team. We picked up our cargo in Seattle during a fierce winter storm and hit the road heading east through the Cascades. I opted to take the first shift and drove through the night under relentless, freezing rain that occasionally turned to snow at higher elevations. After approximately 11 hours behind the wheel, we stopped at a rest area to switch places and update our logbooks. I was completely drained. Before going to sleep, my partner, I'll call him Marcus, made a joke I've never forgotten. With a half smile on his face, he said, "If we die tonight, I'm coming back to haunt you." Then he closed the sleeper cabin curtain and took over driving. After the switch, I did the same, closed the curtain and put on my headphones to help me relax while trying to fall asleep. An intrusive thought kept bothering me. What would I do if we lost control and plummeted off one of the mountain passes? The best option seemed to be to brace myself and pray. About an hour later, I was jolted awake by Marcus shouting, "Hold on." I felt the truck swerve violently. Something was terribly wrong. He shouted again, and instinctively I threw myself to the floor, praying we weren't heading toward a cliff edge. Suddenly, there was a tremendous impact. The entire truck shuddered, but strangely, we didn't lose momentum. The vehicle, weighing nearly 80,000 pounds, slid on the icy pavement, crossed the median, and entered the oncoming lane. Before I could fully comprehend the gravity of the situation, we collided head-on with another vehicle. Our truck spun around and came to a stop facing the opposite direction. The silence that followed was horrifying. Still in shock, I heard Marcus ask if I was okay. I said yes, and told him we needed to get out immediately. The smell of smoke and diesel filled the air. We climbed out of the cab with difficulty. I was barefoot, stepping onto freezing asphalt mixed with fuel, while trying to understand what had happened. I saw people running toward a white pickup truck we had hit, carrying fire extinguishers. Everything seemed like a nightmare. When I fully regained awareness of the moment, I noticed my hand and mouth were bleeding. The fire was quickly controlled, but the scene that followed was even more devastating. Shortly after, I was placed in an ambulance. As I looked through the rear window, I began to cry uncontrollably. I couldn't stop imagining the terror those people in the other vehicle must have felt seeing a massive truck careening toward them out of control. At the hospital, I received the worst news of my life. I've been driving trucks for over 20 years and have seen many strange things on the road. Suspicious people, mysterious stops, places that just make you feel uncomfortable. But nothing has ever disturbed me as much as what happened one winter night in 2016. I was transporting cargo from Chicago to Portland, and since I was behind schedule, I decided to stop and rest at a truck stop somewhere on the Idaho border. I had stopped there before. The place wasn't the worst, but it always made me uneasy. My dog Baxter, who had accompanied me for years on trips, was sitting in the passenger seat, sniffing the air when I parked. Usually he would curl up and fall asleep, but that night he was alert, with his ears perked up. I should have taken this as a warning. The parking lot was half empty. A few trucks with their engines running in the cold night, but something seemed wrong. It was too quiet for a truck stop. No conversations, no rumbling engines, no music from nearby vehicles. Just the humming of street lights and the whistling of distant wind from the surrounding mountains. As soon as I stepped out of the truck, I immediately felt a tingling on the back of my neck, as if I was being watched. I looked around, but saw nothing except rows of trucks and the faint flicker of a neon sign in the distance. Through the windshield, I could see my dog intently watching me, his gaze constantly shifting between me and something in the darkness behind my back. I tried to ignore the feeling, grabbed my wallet, patted Baxter, and told him I'd be back soon. He followed me with his eyes as I locked the doors, and he was clearly unhappy about it. When I entered the diner, I was greeted by the smell of burnt coffee and fried food. The place was almost empty. A tired waitress stood behind the counter, and an older man sat in the corner, hunched over a plate of something unappealing. Unlike most roadside diners, there was no television, no other patrons, not even the usual noise from the kitchen. I chose a seat by the window where I could see my truck and ordered something simple. The waitress nodded without even looking at me. The silence was almost absolute, interrupted only by the soft sound of a radio playing some old song that I couldn't recognize, though the melody seemed strangely familiar. I sat there for a while until I decided to go to the bathroom. I wasn't there for more than 5 minutes, but when I returned, everything seemed exactly the same, except for one detail. My coffee cup had changed position. Not by much, just a few inches to the left, and it was now sitting on a different napkin. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Maybe the waitress had come to clean the table. But my plate was untouched, and I hadn't heard anyone approach. Chills ran down my spine. I looked around. The man in the corner was still there, head bowed. The waitress was writing something behind the counter. There was no one else. I tried to ignore the feeling and quickly finished my meal, but I couldn't stop looking around. That discomfort wouldn't leave me. I examined my food, looked for anything suspicious, but found nothing. Everything looked normal, but the taste of the coffee seemed strange, bitter, with a metallic aftertaste that I hadn't noticed before. I paid the bill and returned to the truck. As I approached, I saw that my dog was restless, pacing back and forth in the cab and quietly whimpering. "Easy boy," I muttered, unlocking the doors. But before getting in, my gaze shifted to the darkness beyond the parking lot, toward the line of trees. That's when I saw someone, a silhouette, almost invisible in the half-darkness, standing right at the edge of the forest. It was too far away to make out any details, but close enough for me to know it was watching me. I froze with my hand on the door handle. The figure didn't move, didn't approach or retreat, just stood there motionless, as if wanting me to know about its presence. Baxter began to growl quietly, his fur bristling. And then something happened that I didn't expect. The figure raised its hand and waved at me. A simple gesture, but in the context of the situation, it seemed incredibly sinister. I quickly climbed into the cab and locked the doors. When I started the engine, my headlights momentarily illuminated the edge of the forest, but the silhouette was gone. I couldn't sleep that night, I constantly checked the mirrors and looked at the clock every minute. When morning finally came, I still felt strange. I was plagued by mild nausea, and there was an unusual haziness in my head, as if I hadn't slept or had drunk too much of something strong. I thought about telling someone, but what would I say? That a man stood in the forest watching me. That my coffee cup had been moved. It would sound like paranoia. Instead, I went into the gas station to get some fresh coffee. On impulse, I asked the cashier if he had heard anything about that place. He was an older man with a face marked by time and weather, as if carved from wood kissed by the sun. He sighed and scratched his chin before answering. From time to time, truckers say they see someone hanging around, messing with the trucks. The police never find anything. Chills ran down my spine. I told him about my displaced cup and the figure in the forest. The man showed no surprise. He just looked at me and asked, "Did you check your food and drinks?" My stomach turned. I asked what he meant. He sighed again. 16 years ago, there was this guy who put things in customers' food. Drugs, tranquilizers, experimental substances he made himself. He was never caught, but after the police started investigating, the report stopped. Until the last few months, a bitter taste filled my mouth. My food had seemed normal, but that morning I felt dizzy. And that metallic taste in the coffee. The people he chose, the cashier continued, lowering his voice. They all reported the same thing, a figure watching them from the forest. Some said it waved to them. A wave of panic washed over me. And what? What happened to those people? The man shrugged. Most just drove on, felt sick for a day or two. But a few, they started seeing things, hearing voices. One guy was convinced he was being followed. Didn't stop for weeks. Crashed into a tree near Spokane. I returned to the truck, feeling tremors. Baxter was still restless, looking toward the forest. I started the engine and drove out of there as fast as I could. On the way to Portland, I kept checking the rearview mirrors. Several times I thought I saw a familiar figure on the roadside, but when I looked closely, there was no one there. Hallucination, paranoia, or was there really something in my coffee? I never stopped at that place again, but sometimes, when I'm driving at night, I feel a strange tingling on the back of my neck, as if someone is watching me from the roadside. And in such moments, I see Baxter tense up, his eyes fixed on something in the darkness that I can't notice. And I just keep driving, pressing the gas a little harder, as if speed could save me from whatever might be following me since that night. You made it to the end of the stories. That means it's the perfect time to subscribe so you don't miss future episodes. And if you haven't already, leave a like and drop a comment. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Have a great time relaxing, and good night.